Chapter 1056. What do you mean by keeping your hair? Tell me. Li Longji's voice sounded at the door. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. He didn't close the door now because if he did, Li Longji would put his ear against the door to listen. Therefore, in order to prevent his ears from hurting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't close the door. Anyway, they didn't do anything during the day, so they weren't afraid of being seen. Therefore, Li Longji got rid of his bad habit of leaning against the door to eavesdrop. At least he didn't have to worry about his ears turning red when he touched something. Of course, every time he appeared, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would know. Even on flat ground, Zhang Xiaobao's ears were useful, let alone on a boat. Unless Li Longji had a half-meter thick cushion under his feet, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao not to hear. Do you want people to shave their hair like nuns and monks? Li Longji didn't feel that his appearance was too abrupt, and continued to speak. Not necessarily. People who do a lot of work cut their hair short. Otherwise it would affect their work. It's so awkward to have it coiled on the head. Sometimes beauty doesn't lie in the hair. It's fine for women to keep it long, but it's better for men to cut it short. It's not worth it to work hard on your hair every day. Zhang Xiaobao took over the conversation. In fact, he knew that women didn't need to keep their hair long. But nowadays, when people evaluated beauty, the style of hair was very important. Moreover, he liked women with long hair. He believed that many men also liked women with long hair. Li Longji really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing this issue. He was very puzzled and said, "Actually, you don't need to wash your hair every day. Just put it in the bun and tidy it up when you get up in the morning. If you cut it, it'll look very ugly. It doesn't matter if it's coiled up. But isn't the hygiene condition not good now? There are lice and scorpions, and it's easy to spread diseases. The new news is that many children in Dengzhou have fallen ill. It doesn't seem like a big deal, it's just a bug." However, as time passed, the person would become thin and would not have much energy. This would have a great impact on the child's growth and development. Some people might even die. It was not easy for any family to raise a child. If a child died at the age of 10 or 7, just the heartache would not be able to recover in a short period of time. We can't always think that life and death are inevitable. We can't just consider the number of people who died this year, as compared to last year. Then we will feel that we have improved. But this year's population is 100 million, and last year's population was 95 million. If we can't be high and mighty, and use numbers to measure society, then what kind of emperor are you? The more Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the angrier he got. This was because he thought of what had happened between him and Wang Wan. It was as if everything was just data, and everyone in the country was just an ordinary existence in the numbers. For example, how many people died in various disasters, and how much money was invested in disaster relief. Was there a need for others to explain? This was especially so for industrial disasters, mining disasters, and medical disasters. They could actually determine the range of deaths. It was as if the people who died were within the range, then it would be fine. But if the people who died were outside the range, then they would be dealt with severely. But what about every family? Can they accept this kind of data ratio? If it was really calculated like this, then if there was only one child in the family, and he died, then what was the loss to the family? It was 100%. 100% was not data, but the loss of a person in life. Xiaobao, aren't we looking at data now? Sometimes there are many helpless situations in life. When soldiers are training, there are also casualties. You said that you like to see animals do that. If a zebra was eaten by a lion, then don't tell me other zebras don't live? Wang Wan could feel Zhang Xiaobao's emotions and knew what he was thinking. But sometimes there were some things that made people helpless. Sitting in that position, there were many fetters. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobao was very stubborn. He said angrily, "The data doesn't matter, but what we want now is not to pursue profits or an increase in the GNP. What we want is the survival rate of people. Even if your local government pays me 1 billion strings of cash a year, I won't allow you to kill people according to this ratio." What do you mean by helpless? If you're incompetent, then say that you're incompetent. Why are you saying that you're helpless? If you spend all your energy on climbing up, then of course you're helpless about the people's livelihood. When you sit in that position, then you start complaining. It's not easy for me either. Is it easy to sit in that position? Why don't you give in when you're fighting for the position? If you let others sit in it easily, won't they have the energy to care about the people's livelihood? Isn't it because you want to fight for power? After the fight, you still have to check and balance. Then just say that you're selfish. Don't fucking say that you're selfless and fucking president. Xiao Bao, Her Majesty is talking to you. What president? Wang Wan glared at him. In fact, she also agreed with what Zhang Xiaobao said. Of course, people were for themselves and their families, including her family. All the selfless words were to deceive the stupid people, Zhang Xiaobao said. But people were like this. They were a complicated species. Even if it were someone else, it would still be the same. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was idealizing people. President. Manager, book, knife and pen, okay? Your Majesty, what did you just say? Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and asked. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't seem to be so peaceful, but he didn't understand the hint in their words. He coughed softly and said, I just said that cutting short hair doesn't look good, right? This? It's my fault. I thought too much. That about hair. In fact, short hair is also beautiful. My family is going to launch a new shampoo. Any man with short hair will be given a set. One for himself, the other for his wife or his mother. Tonight, I'll find a few men in the inner courtyard and help them cut their hair. Then tomorrow, Your Majesty, you can see if they have to be like monks. To be honest, I don't like the monks' hairstyle. It's just that when they came here, there were more diseases in their place, so they cut their hair and didn't eat beef. When they came here, they didn't eat meat. In fact, there's no need for that. Buddhism talks about the 6 realms of reincarnation. Sometimes killing is also to help animals enter the human path. Yes, the human path is not the human path, nor is it the infernal path. People say that it's pure and clean, but it has nothing to do with shaving their hair. There are many people who don't have hair, but their hearts are not pure. They always think too much about utilitarian things. I'll cut a few hairstyles. Your Majesty, take a look and decide which one you think is good. Let the working people of the Tang Empire try their best to learn. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had thought too far. To be precise, the scope of the connection was too wide. It was better to return to the problem of hair. Li Longji was confused. When he came here, he was talking about the problem of growing his hair. Why did it become a mess when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Longji nodded in confusion. He said, There's also smallpox. You've done well in the past few years. The number of people who contracted smallpox has decreased, but you can't relax. You have to persevere. I've learned from the intelligence system that when people in the other countries contracted smallpox, they died in large numbers. There were no survivors in the entire village. Li Longji was very satisfied with this. When he thought about it, everything seemed to have started after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou. At that time, Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the same age as Little Bei and the others now. This made him think that children of this age, according to the education of the 2 experts, were at the beginning of their lives. It seemed that after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou, the speed of Tang Empire's development suddenly increased. If it was not because of their age, could it be that the emperor was far away? If that was the case, as the emperor, he seemed to have to bear some responsibility. He should have asked them to stay away from him. Perhaps they were developing faster now. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan before he lowered his head to make tea. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao was agitated again. She could not understand why Zhang Xiaobao would be so emotional when it came to this topic. Could it be related to his life experience? When she saw Zhang Xiaobao beginning to adjust his emotions, Wang Wan said, Your Majesty, smallpox is actually nothing. After some time, tuberculosis can also be cured. Now that you have tuberculosis, you'll definitely die. In the future, if you want to die, you won't die unless the person is willing to die. The medical school's research has reached the final stage. When the medicine is ready, Xiao Bao and I will come up with a strategy of free treatment and subsidies. Even if you have tuberculosis, you don't have to spend the money for treatment. During the treatment, we'll also compensate them for the money they need for their normal work. This is because some families are most afraid of not having enough money to treat their main labor force when they get sick. Now that many diseases are treated for free, they are most afraid of not having a source of income. So I've discussed it with Xiaobao. The treatment period is not long. Not all diseases have to be treated for many years. We'll compensate them for their living expenses. This way, they will take the initiative to come for treatment. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. I don't care about money. In any case, with Xiaobao around, how much can I spend if I want to? Also, you have to pay attention to malaria. I can take care of money. Every time I think of people losing their lives because of money, I feel that I am not qualified to be an emperor. It's just like the primitive society in the past. Could it be that the leader of a tribe, just because someone in his tribe didn't hunt more prey, would watch that person slowly die after he was injured without doing anything? I believe that no tribe leader would do this. He might not be able to keep up with medical science or technology, but he would definitely think of a way to save this person. Because of various conditions, it's helpless that he can't be saved. However, the conditions in the Tang Empire now are already good. If someone who should have survived with such technology dies in the end, because the emperor doesn't care, then what's the point of being an emperor?" Wang Wan was taken aback. She carefully sized up Li Longji and solemnly nodded. "Your Majesty, don't worry. In the Tang Empire, no one dares to compete with you for the position, not even the crown prince. As long as he shows the slightest intention, Xiaobao and I will wipe out him and his forces. You can be an emperor. Not to mention that when you're on the throne, all the people in the Tang Empire won't have any problems. As long as you have a clear conscience, you can focus all your energy on the people. You can maintain this heart. As for other things, Xiaobao and I will take care of them." This is the first time I found that an imperial country is so good. With a good emperor, the people only need to listen to the emperor. It's so simple. What imperial country? Li Longji found that he had come into contact with a lot of things today, and couldn't understand them for a while. "Nothing, Your Majesty. You can go and try the tower candy. The people on the ship just made it for children. Try it and see if it's sweet." Zhang Xiaobao took over and smiled at Li Longji. "You too." Li Longji truly didn't know what to say. He felt very comfortable because Wang Wan's words just now had been very clear. He didn't need to worry about whether his position as emperor could be taken away by others. Just as he had thought, Xiaobao and Cuckoo didn't want to be emperor, but they liked to treat the Tang Empire as their own. If he cooperated with them, they would protect him. It was very confusing. They clearly had the power to be emperor, so why didn't they want to be? Instead, they were willing to stay below and do things. Of course, they weren't above everyone else. He understood that they didn't fear him at all. It seemed that they had been like this since they were very young. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they didn't want to be emperor. In their eyes, imperial power was truly insignificant. Li Longji really couldn't measure Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with his own thoughts. He shook his head, walked outside and said, "Don't be too tired. Kill whoever stops you. Don't you need to consider my opinion? Don't you know me?" Li Longji's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan absent-minded for a moment. His words were too clear. He meant that even if it was a king or a prince, as long as they felt that they were in the way, they could kill them. Yes, didn't they know Li Longji? How did he get to the throne? How did he treat the former meritorious officials after he got to the throne? He was also very cold-blooded. It was only because he met the two of them that he changed. However, some of the characteristics in his blood wouldn't change. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and was about to speak when someone from the inner courtyard rushed in, almost bumping into Li Longji. The inner courtyard didn't care about this. Once he came in, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Young master, young lady, there's news from young lady Xiaobei's side. She successfully instigated Hu Liang and the other 8 people. But she discovered that the person with the fake name of Shan Feng was making a black substance into smoke. If he didn't inhale it, he would feel uncomfortable. Young master, young lady, please make a decision." Because when she was giving it to a man to smoke, she asked him questions. In order to be able to smoke, that man would answer anything. He also said that there were many people over there who smoked black substances. After smoking it, they felt comfortable. Black substance? Does it become soft when roasted over fire? Is it usually very hard and bitter when eaten? Zhang Xiaobao asked with wide eyes. Wang Wan also became nervous and said, as far as I know, there are very few people who take the initiative to smoke and can quit at any time. Xiaobao, you seem to be one of them, right? Chapter 1057. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, it's all right. It's quite unbearable, but it gets better in the later stages. I used a lot of medicine, so it's not that effective anymore. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant by the later stages. In the later stages, Zhang Xiaobao was sick, and that was why they used medicine. But in the past, Zhang Xiaobao was not sick, and he had taken the initiative to take medicine a few times. His purpose was naturally to infiltrate other people's gangs to earn money, but after Zhang Xiaobao left, he immediately became like a person who did not use medicine. He was not affected at all. The physical and psychological impact was not something that anyone could withstand. Perhaps it was this kind of willpower that determined Zhang Xiaobao's achievements. What medicine are you two talking about? Li Longji did not know what was going on. Flowers, poppies. We planted a lot of poppies in Great Tang. They are under the jurisdiction of the Medical Academy and in the garden of Xingqing Palace. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Li Longji finally knew what it was, but he was still surprised. It's very pretty, and it's in all kinds of colors. The Medical Academy planted it too? It's also used in medicine? It's a medicine. Otherwise, who would plant it? But even eating ginseng can cost one's life, not to mention this kind of thing. I didn't expect that others would discover the secret and use it to win people over. This is troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache when he thought of the thing that had been boiled. It can be used in medicine. Can't take too much? What if the illness doesn't heal? Can it stop people from taking medicine? Li Longji asked 4 more questions in a row. How do I put it? This kind of medicine is usually effective in a short period of time. If it's not effective, it's only used to relieve pain. If it's taken for a long period of time, it means that the person is done for. They will either die of illness or die from the medicine. Just like tea leaves, there's also tobacco. If you drink too much tea, you will also become addicted. Coptis root, bitter and dry grass. If you get used to it, you will also become addicted. But if you want to stop being addicted to this kind of thing, not everyone can endure it. Now, other people are not only using religion to confuse people, but they are also using opium poppy. It can be said that they are using a 2-pronged approach. In addition to changing people's beliefs, they also need to help the addicted get rid of their drug addiction. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao finally felt that this matter was tricky. He was very clear on how much of an effect the combination of one's thoughts and one's physiology would have. Poppies had never been publicized to the people of the Great Tang. Occasionally, someone would get their hands on some, but they would treat them as ornamental flowers. Even if there were barefoot doctors who researched everything and used traditional methods to boil the shell of the poppy and mix it with porridge to treat diarrhea, they would never think of cutting out the juice and boiling it into a colloid. Now people were promoting religions, and then those who believed in them, the core members, would eat such things or smoke. This would cause people to hallucinate and think that it was the power of the Lord of the religion. In this way, the believers would definitely be more confident. Zhang Xiaobao was all too clear on the feeling of taking drugs. It was very comfortable, and that feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. But once it was gone, they would first feel empty in their hearts, followed by all kinds of reactions from their bodies. Not to mention that most people were ignorant. Even he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. There were countless organizations that used drugs to control people. The scary thing about drugs was that they were clearly aware of the dangers, but they were still unwilling to resist. Even if they knew that taking drugs was wrong, they were willing to make mistakes again and again. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao covered his face with his hands and knocked his head on the table with a loud thud. He sat there motionless. Wang Wan's reaction wasn't much better. She sat there dejectedly inside. This was the first time Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like this. He was puzzled and asked, Cuckoo, that flower, is it really harmful? It's true. If you use it, even if someone tells you that it can help you become an immortal and live forever, you will still believe it. Especially now, the common people are still not very knowledgeable and can't understand the effects of that thing. It's like a dream, and people can't distinguish between reality and illusion. If it's used by the army, their combat power will be very strong for a short period of time. Even if you cut off a few pieces of flesh from their body with a knife, they won't be affected. Even if they are shot normally and should die, they can still hold on for a while. Now you understand, right? Wang Wan hated the person who invented opium. If one didn't get sick, there was no benefit to taking it. Then why not use it in the army? The flowers planted in my Xingqing palace won't harm me, right? Li Longji still couldn't understand. Wang Wan shook her head. It's fine if it's just the flowers. Who said that the army didn't use it? Everyone in the seedling protection team carries it with them. But no one will eat it normally. They will only eat it at critical times, such as when they are seriously injured or extremely tired. Then, they will eat it when there is a mission that needs to be completed, and when there is danger, they will overdraw their life force in a short period of time to make a last stand. When we go to war, the special forces will also carry it. Oh, so that's how it is. It's good to use it for good, and it's evil to use it for evil. Is the addiction really that big? I want to try it, and see if it's as you two said. Li Longji made a very normal reaction. Absolutely not. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and kept waving his hand. He said, many people are addicted to it because they are curious. The first few times they eat it, they don't feel anything. And they might even feel uncomfortable. When they feel comfortable, they won't touch it anymore. Out of 10,000 people, only one will succeed. From what Cuckoo said just now, Xiaobao, you seem to have used it before. And you are fine, so why can't I try it? Li Longji remembered what the two of them said just now. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, Wang Wan interrupted. There will be a chance in the future, Your Majesty. We will let you try it, but not now. As for Xiaobao, how many Xiaobaos are there in the world? Let the boat speed up. I think Xiaobei and the others won't be able to handle it, especially when such a situation occurs. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face and regained his confidence. He also thought it through. After all, he wasn't the one who was addicted. If it was someone else, he could just lock it up and wait for them to slowly recover from it. Wang Wan nodded. We have to go there quickly. Also, the newspapers should increase the publicity and tell people that that thing can't be eaten. If they eat it, it will cause harm. The harm is? Thinking of the harm, Wang Wan hesitated. Telling people that it would cause them to become addicted to it, causing them to become sluggish. In the end, they might even die and spend all their family's money. Back then, everyone seemed to understand this principle, but the effect was not obvious. Tell them that if they use that thing, it will harm their children, and they won't be able to reincarnate. If they have already taken it, quickly tell the Zhang family, and Wang family in other places. The Zhang family and Wang family will help them get rid of the poison curse. Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a solution. Li Longji was stunned for a moment, then he said in admiration, Xiaobao is really smart. According to what you said, I also know how great the harm is. Nowadays, when treating diseases in Great Tang, there is a subject of curses. Its effect is similar to the comforting medicine that your medical school gives out. The medicine itself doesn't have any effect, but it can make people feel that it's effective. Thus, the success rate of treatment will increase. If that thing can really produce hallucinations, perhaps it can also play a big role in treating diseases. If people eat it, they will have comfortable hallucinations, and then they will be able to win people's hearts. The effect is not small. Yes, that thing itself can produce such effects. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed the medical school to research it. We're afraid that the rich will ask them for more money if they eat it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Li Longji's words. At the same time, he also had a higher opinion of Li Longji. He was actually able to see through the essence of the matter. In this unique era and environment, opium wasn't that easy to control. Unless, at the very beginning, no one discovered the benefits of opium. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since the two of you know about it, Why don't you prohibit others from planting it? Li Longji asked. If they plant a little in front of or behind their houses, or find a remote place to plant a little, how would we know that they're planting opium poppies? We've already controlled it, and we've never sent the seeds out. The medical school's planting area is also strictly guarded. From today onwards, new laws will be promulgated. Those who plant opium poppies will be considered criminals, and those who sell them will be killed as soon as they're caught. Strictly control the inflow of seeds, and increase the reward for reports. The inspection of land and sea entry channels will also be strengthened. Without the seeds, they won't be able to plant it. If they want to treat their illness, they can go to the local medical school. Why would they use their own folk prescription? Zhang Xiaobao explained, feeling wronged. Then he solemnly explained the way to deal with it. Although Li Longji hadn't truly understood the extent of the dangers of opium poppies, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't lie to him for no reason. Thus he agreed. We'll immediately send people to deal with this matter. Don't forget to let us have a taste. We don't believe and fear this thing. Alright, if there's a chance, we'll definitely let your majesty try it. Our great Tang should increase our efforts in planting opium poppies. Perhaps after this year, when we go to deal with Duosher, we can use this thing to pave the way. We'll need to process it a little, so that others won't be able to tell what it is. At first, we'll give it to them for free, then slowly collect money from them. If we don't have money, we'll get them to help sell it, so that more people can use it. We'll use this medicine as a reward. Ha, I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of the use of opium, just like how the British used to attack Great Tang. Not only could it earn money, but it could also win over local powers and influence the enemy soldiers. The influence of opium wouldn't be eliminated for decades or even centuries, and it could even topple a regime. The most important thing was to increase the publicity. Just like when he was with Wang Wan, there were still people in some villages who planted opium poppies. However, they didn't plant much and used it as a folk prescription. There was no way to investigate, but people knew the dangers of opium poppies and wouldn't normally consume it. Usually, children at home wouldn't be able to come in contact with such a small piece of gelatin. Usually, they would wait until they had diarrhea before taking out a piece the size of a matchstick and feeding it with water. Li Longji didn't want to stay any longer because of the Great Tang's laws. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It's so bitter. It doesn't taste good at all. It tastes like coffee." According to what you're saying, I'm also taking drugs when I drink coffee? Are you really going to make that thing for Li Longji? Be careful not to let him get addicted to it. Normally, he should be eating pills now. However, with our interference, he can't even see Taoists, let alone concocting pills. If you make him hallucinate, he won't be able to do anything. You have to think carefully. I don't believe that everyone can resist the temptation of drugs. Wang Wan smacked her lips. She had eaten opium poppies before, but it wasn't this kind of black opium. It was the purified version. After eating it twice, she became confused and stopped eating it. This happened when she was younger. After she entered the military, she couldn't get her hands on it even if she wanted to. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Actually, it's not a big deal. If he gets addicted to it, we can just throw him in the desert and throw him there for a few days. Then, he won't be addicted anymore. Under the premise that he has a guarantee of survival, a drug addict can be said to be willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of taking drugs. However, under the situation where there are no drugs and the environment is dangerous, drugs will be placed in a secondary position. I believe that Li Longji's willpower won't be bad. Besides, it's not like he's like that immediately after eating opium. That's because he's taking it without restraint. The amount is not controlled well, and there's no regularity. That's why he can't stand it. Besides, if we can, we won't let him try it. I'm against it, but you're not allowed to touch it. Don't think that you would show off when you had nothing to do in the past. Wang Wan said seriously. If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago. There are so many in the medical school. If I want to eat it, how can I not eat it? It's not like I have nothing to do. My spirit isn't empty. With such a good wife, my life is full. Just now, I said that we should let the people who eat more to take it. You have to help me put it on the agenda. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan dodged and said, "A broken pot has a good mouth. You found a way to harm people again. The teapot is really the most difficult part to make. I'm not harming people. I'm speeding up the speed of ethnic integration. Whoever dares to stop or oppose will be the sinner of history. I want to unify the world, walk out of the solar system and the Milky Way, lead the people of Earth to the extragalactic star system, and spread the seeds of unity. You look like you're taking drugs. Go, what are you doing in broad daylight? People who take drugs usually don't know what they've done. This is the thing. Look at him smoking it after it's softened. How enjoyable." Looking at the servants packing up and preparing to leave, Xiaobei pinched a small piece of hard black lump in his hand. He was very puzzled. Why did Shan Feng become so energetic after he inhaled this thing? He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He didn't feel anything, so he bit off a little with his teeth. After grinding it with his front teeth, he finally understood the taste. Bah, bitter. What taste is there? It's not delicious at all. It's worse than taking medicine. Take it away. I really admire Shan Feng. He uses everything. As he spoke, Xiaobei passed the black lump in his hand to the inner courtyard. Xiao Yuan and the others watched from the side and didn't say anything. They didn't have much of a reaction to Xiaobei tasting something that the elder brother and sister didn't allow him to touch. The elder brother and sister had said that he could try a little and then not eat it. As the fleet packed up, Xiaobei and the others boarded the ship one after another. The two pregnant girls from the Jiang Wang clan stayed in Hangzhou. They couldn't follow them. They had to wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to come over to discuss the matter of their unborn child. If it were other families, it would be better to just wait for the child to be born. Even if it was a wealthy family, it would just be better in terms of food, and they could go to the doctor every few days. However, the news that the Jiang Wang clan received was that her son and daughter-in-law were coming over personally. When they were pregnant, they would start a series of education. It was called prenatal education, but they didn't know what kind of education it was. Anyway, to the Jiang Wang clan, as long as it was something that her son Xiaobao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo said, she would listen to them. She believed that the elder brother and sister wouldn't harm their unborn younger brother or sister. Mother, wait for us to come back. We'll bring you good things. They are the specialties of Jiangzhou. I'll pick them myself. Xiaobei waited for the ship to sail against the current. He stood at the stern and shouted to the people below. The people below just smiled and waved. They didn't feel too sad. With a large number of guards, it was impossible for Xiaobei and the others to be in any danger. They just thought that they were going to have fun. After the fleet had gone far and disappeared, Wang Ju said to his daughter, "Xiao, go back. It's windy outside. Be careful of the child in your belly. I believe that after Xiaobei and the others go over, they will be back soon. Don't worry. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are coming over. I have to prepare to welcome them. I can't be careless. These 2 days have been the happiest days of my life. Xiaobei and the others are really interesting." The meaning of Wang Ju's words was naturally not to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the two of them were worthy of the local people's grand reception wherever they went, when they came to Hangzhou, they were considered juniors. As long as he didn't show his official status, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be treated with the etiquette of juniors. Perhaps it was this that made him happier. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were, he didn't need to be very capable. As long as his daughter, Xiao acknowledged him as her father, her child would also be treated according to this line of succession. The one who needed to welcome them was the emperor. Although the emperor's influence on the local people was getting smaller and smaller, this small was referring to the money spent by the local people. It didn't mean that the emperor's influence was not really enough. No matter where the emperor went, as long as he praised the local food or other local specialties, the value of the local things would immediately increase. In Hangzhou, when it came to the good things, the tea leaves were naturally the West Lake Longjing. Longjing didn't become good because the emperor said it was good. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who pushed the price up, although they liked to drink it. The Longjing tea leaves in the area they circled couldn't be touched by others, but there were many places in Hangzhou where tea could be grown. Now many of the original things in the mountains had been removed and replaced with the same kind of tea trees, which increased the income of Hangzhou a lot, although he was not the provincial governor of Hangzhou. When he thought that he could see the emperor again, the excitement in Wang Ju's heart began to become indescribable. How long had it been? He thought that he could only spend the rest of his life in exile. Who knew that he had a good grandson? Speaking of regrets, it was that Zhang Zhong didn't come. That son-in-law of his who had a conflict with him always sent him bad things out of courtesy every year. But what could those things be worth? What he wanted was to sit down with his son-in-law and talk things over. Ah, is Yongqing still busy in the capital? Wang Ju sighed and said, Father, you know Yongqing's position. That's the Ministry of Works. In the past, the Ministry of Works of the Tang Empire might not be as good as the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel. But now the Ministry of Works is the most important. If Yongqing comes, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will have to stay in the capital. After this period of busy, I will ask Yongqing to come and see you. Usually, he always says that he doesn't have the time to accompany me back to my parents' home. I really don't know if the children I gave birth to are good or bad. Hearing her father's sigh, Zhang Wangclan comforted him. Her hand gently stroked her stomach, which hadn't changed at all, as if feeling a new life. When Wang Ju heard his daughter mention children, he couldn't help but show a kind smile and said, I don't believe that Yongqing will complain like this. If it's not good, why didn't he give his children away? Let's not talk about giving Xiaobao away. Even Xiaobei, he will shout out a price. It's like an auction. Many people will go bankrupt to buy one, haha. If he's busy, then let him be busy. When I'm free here, I'll go to the capital. It was not easy to enter before, but His Majesty sent me outside. When I'm free, I can hide in the house in Hangzhou, but I can't go back to the capital. That's a big crime. After meeting His Majesty, it will be easy to go to the capital. Yongqing is busy with his own things, and I go to see him. It's the same for everyone. When my father-in-law comes, how dare he give me the cold shoulder? Wang Ju started to show his identity, but he didn't have much confidence. He was really afraid to face Zhang Zhong and the in-laws he hadn't met before. How did he treat them in the past? He really couldn't free himself, and he was also afraid that his political opponents would attack him. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy his family. He thought that Yongqing knew it in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire him. Even in that situation, he didn't send Xiaoer back. It could be said that he was persistent, stubborn, or even did not know when to advance or retreat. But in any case, Yongqing survived, and then Xiaobao was born. It would be difficult for him to make a move again. He finally found an opportunity, and sent people to bring Xiaobao back. In the end, Yongqing had a close relationship with the Minister of Revenue and the prince's son. After that there was no more after that. Yongqing's entire family ran to Luzhou, and Zhang Zhong's status as the top scorer was also gone. After that, he could only watch as Yongqing's entire family rose at a speed that made people tremble. Until now, it was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Great Tang belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Who dared to cause trouble in front of Xiaobao and Cuckoo? The only thing he could rely on was that his daughter still recognized him as her father, and had not cut ties with him. Also, Xiaobao and Cuckoo did not seem to care about what happened in the past. Otherwise, they would not have let him live so peacefully. Who didn't know that Xiaobao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Oh, and Cuckoo. She even dared to say that if you kill me, I'll slaughter your village. What else wouldn't she dare to do? Xiao, do you think that before I go, I should inform my in-laws or something? I don't think it's good to be too rash. Wang Ju's tone had changed a moment ago. Zhang Wangclan gently shook her head and said, Father, you don't have to do that. You just need to wait in Hangzhou. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo arrive, they will arrange everything. I'll tell them. After all, you're my father. How can I let you? Zhang Wangclan did not continue. What she meant was that she could not let her father be bullied. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her father. If either one of them did not lead a good life, she would also be sad. It was uncomfortable to be sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, she had her son and daughter-in-law. When the time came, they could think of a solution. If they wanted to humiliate their grandfather, they would not have achieved what they had today. How could she, as a mother, not know how much pressure she had to face in Zhuangzi? Others said that the Zhang clan and the Wang clan had masters, but she knew very well that there was no master. Weren't the two little guys supporting the development of Zhuangzi? While developing Zhuangzi, they cooperated with others. While making concessions, they exchanged benefits. If they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Would such children be immature and embarrass their grandfather? Moreover, her grandfather was just a mortal. Would immortals lower themselves to the same level as mortals? With her daughter's words, Wang Ju was reassured. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait for them. I'll also take a look. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to meet their master? Zhang Wang clan shook her head again. This time, she did not say anything. She could not tell her father. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have any masters behind them. She could not make up a lie to deceive her father. She could only shake her head. As for how her father understood, it was his own business. Sure enough, Wang Ju thought that the master did not like her, or had gone into seclusion. She said regretfully, Fine, we'll talk about it later. Xiao, or you go back first. I'll help you. Welcoming the emperor is not a small matter. As he spoke, Wang Ju walked away. He knew the emperor's habits very well, so he had to make sure that every detail was taken care of. This was his advantage. In the past, he could enter the palace as he pleased. On the boat, Xiao Bei and the others did not know what their grandfather was thinking. When they were going against the current, they felt the wind blowing in their faces and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They felt that everything was strange. In the past, they had walked a similar path, but at that time, they were still young and could only vaguely remember. Now that they were back in Jiangnan, they wanted to properly experience the scenery here. According to their plan, they wanted to stay here for a year and experience what Jiangnan was like in all 4 seasons. However, they knew very well that this was impossible. They had come here to take a look and see where their elder brother and sister were going. They had to follow. Otherwise, who would teach them? Xiao Bei felt the wind blow for a while, and her face was numb. She shook her head helplessly and turned to find Hu Liang and the others. As for the person whose fake name was Shan Feng, but whose real name was Chen Lan, she would not see her. Yes, now that she knew the other party's name, the other party would say anything in order to be able to smoke the black thing's smoke. She really did not know why the black thing had such ability. When Xiao Bei found Hu Liang and the others, the 8 of them were riding in the cabin. They had to recall everything they had heard and seen about the organization. They had to write it down and give it to the Zhang family and Wang family to judge. Even if they didn't know much, especially if they didn't know who was above them, or how powerful this organization was, they still had to write down everything they knew. You're all busy. You've worked hard. Xiao Bei came in with a net filled with watermelons. In the entire Great Tang, other than her family, only the Sanongxi Temple had watermelons. Even the Imperial Palace did not have watermelons, because Li Longji could just ask her family for them. Hu Liang and the others quickly stood up and helped carry the watermelon. The watermelon weighed around 12 to 15 kilograms. No wonder Xiao Bei did not carry it and instead dragged it. If the organization knew about this, they would say that the Lord is awesome. But they don't know. Only your family has watermelons. I'm almost done writing, and we'll finish organizing it soon. Unfortunately, we don't know much. In the past, when he followed them, he had to be blindfolded. Every time he traveled, he would travel for more than 10 days. He did not know where he was. He heard that some people were locked in pitch-black carriages. At most, they would have to walk for more than a month. During that month, the people in the carriages were not allowed to leave. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet in the carriages. Their security measures were very strong. Hu Liang placed the watermelon on the table and handed the paper he had written on to Little Third for him to sort out. He then used his sleeve to wipe a chair that wasn't dirty to begin with and let Little Bei sit on it as he spoke to Little Bei. Xiao Bei smiled. That's right. If they weren't careful, my family would have found out. By now, my family has probably found out a lot of useful information. Let me ask you guys something. That dark thing is the thing that Chunlan wanted to absorb. Have you guys absorbed it before? What did it feel like? The 8 of them shook their heads at the same time. Hu Liang replied, no, our status is not high enough. Even the old woman that we sent the message to wasn't high enough. Chunlan is an exception. He's in charge of communicating with people like us. He's an additional form of communication, and he's also the person who looks after us. The last time we went in to see the miracle, we saw many people of high status. They drank that thing, and one of them became very strong after drinking it. He could lift a stone mill that weighed a few hundred kilograms. At that time, we also wanted to absorb it, but our status was too low, so we could only try our best. Now that I think about it, perhaps the person who lifted the millstone was arranged by them to confuse us. As Hu Liang spoke, he even drew a picture. What he was drawing was the action of someone sucking something. It was to put the thing in a metal box. Then there was a hole in the box. The hole was connected to a bamboo pipe. There was a fire burning below, waiting for the smoke to come out. Some people would smell it, while others would suck it with their mouths. Xiaobei looked at Hu Liang's drawing and curled his lips. He said disdainfully, so that's how it is. I thought they would be able to make something good. What, master? Why would they use such a simple and crude thing? A broken box, metal, and a bamboo pipe. It's really hard on them. Come, I'll show you what I've drawn on this paper. It's described in the information sent by Big Brother and Big Sister Xiaozhu. Basically, it's about the same. Someone has already made it into a real thing. As Xiaobei spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his bag and unfolded it for Hu Liang and the others to see. Hu Liang and the others had never seen the thing on the paper before. They were all very puzzled. This is? Hu Liang asked. An opium pipe. Big Brother and Big Sister said that if you don't have a good opium pipe, it's very inconvenient and unprofessional to smoke that thing. Therefore, they designed an opium pipe to make it more comfortable for others to smoke. Your mission is to bring the real thing after it's made, and find the person who contacted you. We didn't get rid of that person, and dealt with him very severely. However, we still deliberately let a few places go and only monitored him. After you've contacted him, you'll hand over the opium pipe, and gain the favor of the higher-ups. Also, we'll give you a kind of technology that you've stolen. For example, the technology to make guns. When Xiaobei heard that there was no one else, he showed his brother and sister's prowess even more. He proudly instructed Hu Liang and the others. When Hu Liang heard that Xiaobei was going to hand over the technology to make guns to him and bring it to the organization, his face turned pale. He shook his head vigorously. No guns, definitely not. That's our Tang dynasty's secret. If we tell them, when our Tang dynasty fights others in the future, if others learn how to use it, how many people will die in our Tang dynasty? It's not like the guns of the current army. It's a gunpowder gun. A gun that uses the gunpowder in a firecracker to shoot iron balls is powerful. But it's not easy to kill people. Their gun barrel manufacturing technology is not at that level. If they had the ability, they would have already made a real gun. If iron balls are not easy to make, they can use lead bullets. This is easy to shape, right? Big Brother and Big Sister said that it's not a problem to hit birds, but it's useless to hit rabbits unless it hits the head. Xiaobei had a well-thought-out look. Since her brother and sister were not here, she thought that she was smart. However, she kept mentioning her brother and sister. Now the 8 people understood. It was not the guns used by the current Tang dynasty army, nor was it a newly developed gun that had not been widely used. It was a toy that could only be used to hit birds. Although it could be used to hit birds and blind people, or accidentally kill people, such as hitting the throat, it was not as good as a crossbow or a bow. The gunpowder in a firecracker would not be able to shoot very far. They had bought fireworks before, but the places that sold fireworks did not sell a lot at one time. They only sold a few sporadically. Unless many people took turns to buy, they could buy more. Because the firework looked more powerful than the firecrackers. When the 8 people thought that it was just right, Lao Wu suddenly thought of something else and said, "If we send the bird guns, will the people in that organization not believe us? At the same time, will they feel that the things we send are useless? How can that be? Big brother and big sister have already thought about it. We'll let you say that this is a training gun, and it was made by the Zhang family and Wang family first. Only by making this kind of gun, and then improving it step by step, can we make the guns of the current Tang dynasty. The Zhang family and Wang family do not have the ability to reach the sky in one step. Moreover, everything was sent by the Lord, and it was our family who stopped it. Since the Lord is so powerful, how can he not know the reason behind it? Xiaobei continued speaking, and the 8 people nodded. Good idea. Perhaps the leader of the organization, even if he thought that it was very difficult to use the guns they sent to research the guns that appeared in the Tang dynasty, he had to be very happy in the name of the Lord. Alright, you guys have a good rest first. When we make the opium pipes, you guys take them, and leave by another route. You must be fast. We will slow down the speed of the disembarkation slightly to give you guys some time. At the same time, you guys have to be careful. On the first day we arrive in Jiangzhou, we will release the portraits of the 7 of you. In other words, we will send a wanted notice to the Tang dynasty to catch you guys. Of course, due to our lack of craftsmanship, the portraits are not very similar. Most of the notices will say that the 7 of you have always been together. We will also write down your habits and characteristics, so that people who are familiar with you will immediately recognize you. You guys have to be careful. In order to cooperate with you guys, we will burn a ship ourselves. I can't bear to burn a big ship. You guys should think about how to escape. Anyway, the other party will not come over to compare with us. That way, we will directly catch you guys. As Xiaobei spoke, he walked towards the door. The 8 of them looked at each other. Hu Liang stopped Xiaobei and asked, "Why are there 7 and not 8? Because according to what we said, you have already betrayed us. It was because of your existence that we caught the 7 of them. Therefore, we will not catch you. We will send an order to the local government to rescue you as soon as we see you and protect you well. I believe that the other party must have someone hiding in the local government to send this news back. When the time comes, you will be together with the 7 of them. When you reach the organization, you will take out the opium pipes and shotguns and reveal a few secrets of our ship. What do you think the other party will think?" Xiaobei explained and then asked in return. Hu Liang suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant, really brilliant. The other party will think that you guys hate me so much that you can't wait to skin me alive. That's why you deliberately did not catch me. You are trying to sow discord and have the people in the organization kill me, because I know too much about you guys. You don't want me to live for even a moment. Yes, they are not idiots. Therefore, we will use this method. Even if they are just in case, they will not kill you. Instead, they will lock you up. You must remember that if they ask you to inhale that thing, you must not inhale it into your stomach. Inhale it into your mouth and spit it out. When they don't give you the thing, you must pretend to be dispirited. If they ask you questions, you must say that you want to inhale that thing first, just like Chun Lan. And the 7 of you, you must remember not to think that you are so capable that you can try anything. Otherwise, you will regret it." Xiaobei suddenly thought of an important matter. He instructed the 8 of them, and then walked out again. When he was almost at the door and was about to leave, Old Fifth suddenly shouted, "Xiaobei, do you really believe in us that much?" Xiaobei did not turn around. He stood there and said, "We believe in every Tang person, just like how the Tang people believe that Tang can provide them with help when they are out there. For the dignity of a person, Tang will do everything we can. We will not rest until we are dead." When Xiaobei's figure disappeared, the 8 of them were still standing there in a daze, thinking about his words. Damn it, anyone who believes in someone else deserves to die. Look at how good our great Tang is, yet they still believe in someone else. If it were some other country backing them, would their country dare to make such bold claims when their people came out? However, Tang is a man of his word. I heard that Lu Zhou's Hurricane Battalion has already subdued all the islands out there. Those who are not convinced are gone. We have to do this job, and we have to do it well. Old Fifth slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Let's do it." The others chimed in and began to divide the watermelon. This might be the last time they would eat on the ship. Chapter 1058. Cuckoo. Do you think they'll be able to develop a rapid-fire shotgun? Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer Li Longji's question directly. Instead, he continued to ask Cuckoo. That's impossible. The blueprint we sent them didn't call for a gun to be loaded with bullets from the back. Instead, they first pressed the gunpowder from the front, then pressed the bullets, and used a paper cannon as a primer at the back. If they were to really follow the blueprint, they would need to use a rod to clear the gun chamber after firing a couple of shots. Otherwise, if they continue firing, who knows where the bullets will end up? Wang Wan didn't say anything earlier. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was doing it on purpose. He didn't want Li Longji to disturb their time together. Your Majesty, it's impossible, Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji. I heard you. If it's impossible, why would they be willing to produce it? Besides, even if they do produce it, they'll still be good at hunting. Aren't you worried that they're from another country? Li Longji turned his head to glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao's back was facing him, so he didn't see it. I just hope that they're from another country. Otherwise, what's the point of me and Cuckoo's previous series of internal affairs and military arrangements? They came to cause trouble, so if I don't cause trouble for them, wouldn't that be letting them off too easily? Zhang Xiaobao said casually. He picked up a corn and brought it to Wang Wan's mouth. Cuckoo, eat one. Li Longji tossed the paper aside. Xiaobao, can you still respect me? Let me ask you, if they make a bunch of guns, won't they be very useful at critical moments, such as charging? Zhang Xiaobao turned his chair around and sat up straight. With a reporting look, he said, yes, even if it's a shotgun, it has its uses. Not to mention a shotgun with gunpowder. Even a slingshot has the same destructive power. However, if there are those who can make guns out of steel, why don't they make bows and crossbows? This subject hopes that they are from another country, as long as they dare to follow this subject's train of thought. First of all, they had to find iron ore. Without iron ore, where would they find ironware? I can even use other means to teach them the method of prospecting. Secondly, they can't keep buying firecrackers from Great Tang. It's inconvenient to transport them. When the firecrackers are transported over in humid conditions, or on rainy days, the gunpowder inside will be damp. Tearing apart the paper outside will cause a lot of damage. Therefore, they can only search for gunpowder on their own. It's very simple: saltpeter, charcoal and sulfur. As for whether they can purify it well, it's not up to this subject to decide. Perhaps they can even create a more powerful gunpowder. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao speaking so seriously, Li Longji felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about it carefully, it turned out that he was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of speaking. Thinking of this, Li Longji smiled. Speak properly just like before. Do you know that you're encouraging them to research on their own? What if they learn something? They won't be able to learn it. As long as they search for ores, this subject will be able to relax. Searching for ores is very tiring. Cuckoo and I can roughly pinpoint the location of the various ores in Great Tang. As for the other ores, I don't remember much. I only remember two. One is oil, and the other is natural gas. Great Tang has its own mines, and for the sake of the railway, it's currently undergoing a large-scale steelmaking process. The technology there is already outdated, and the losses in various areas are extremely high. Every time a piece of ore is excavated, I feel as though a piece of flesh is being cut off from my body. After the railway is completed, I'll immediately seal off all of the mines and forbid anyone from digging them. Anyone who digs them will be a sinner of Great Tang and be punished according to the crime of treason. I'll leave them for my grandson, and the grandson's grandson's grandson, many grandchildren. I'm not sure about the other ores. It's too tiring to search for them. Let them search for them. Once they've found them, we'll occupy them. This saves us a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaobao's body went back to its original position as he lazily talked about his plans. Wang Wan nodded. She was also distressed that Great Tang's ores had been excavated. When she was in school, her geography textbooks would also introduce the country's resources. However, most of the time, what she saw was what was written in a certain place, what was the function of the ores, what was discovered in a certain place, what was the reserves, and when were the ores completely mined. When she thought about why the ores were mined, and what were the ores that were mined in exchange for money, Wang Wan felt extremely vexed. Thus she was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She treasured her country's ores very much. If she could avoid using them, she would avoid using them. Otherwise, many years later, her children would see the same things that she saw in her textbooks. She hoped that future generations would see the world's geography in their textbooks and say that there was something in a certain place, but it had already been mined out by Great Tang. If they wanted to see the real thing, many countries would send people to Great Tang to buy specimens so that their children could use them in their lessons. When she wanted to see it, her children would see in their textbooks that there was a lot of oil in a certain place. Then, a cubic meter of oil could be exchanged for a large plastic bag from Great Tang, because Great Tang had advanced technology. However, in order to build railways, Great Tang had carried out the same mining as the Great Leap Forward. She wanted to end it quickly so that she and Zhang Xiaobao could seal the ores and never mine again. All right. It's not easy for us to find ores in other places. We agree to let them find it themselves, and then we'll go and occupy it. It's best to teach them more methods. We realize that Great Tang is too poor, and we can't continue to squander it. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He didn't feel the heartache of mining other people's ores. Furthermore, he had heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Great Tang's ores weren't that good, and there were better ores in other places. Not only was the output high, but the proportion of iron was also high. Thinking of this, Li Longji started to worry. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, previously, you and Cuckoo told me that you want to bring back the good stuff from other countries. A portion of it will be used first, and the rest will be stored later. I suddenly thought of something. Where should I put the good stuff after we bring it back? Also, if you let the merchants go overseas and other places on the mainland to help with the transportation, wouldn't that create a large number of rich merchants? If a person has too much money, they won't just be chasing after money. People like you and Cuckoo who are earning money for Great Tang are different. After they earn money, they might have other thoughts. For example, they might find a place outside and never come back. What should I do then? After all, they are people of Great Tang. They can research the things they use and grasp the technology. When the time comes, they might run to a faraway place and rebel against Great Tang with the locals. Should I send troops to attack them? I won't be able to." Li Longji thought of the key problem, and that was long-term stability. How could there only be one Great Tang for generations? Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps he would encounter a prodigal upper echelon of the political class. At that time, anything could happen. In the past, the sun never set in Great Britain. Later on, didn't the colonies become independent one by one? If he didn't colonize them, they would develop slowly. If he colonized them, they would become independent. The human heart was hard to predict. "Cuckoo, what do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a good idea, so he could only ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also confused about this problem. It was said that when the world was divided for a long time, it would unite, and when united for a long time, it would divide. Even if all the other races in the world were wiped out, and only the people of Great Tang were left, when the Great Tang's land couldn't handle the population, it would still have to be moved out. When the time came, there would inevitably be ambitious fellows who wanted to obtain more power and encourage the local people to become independent. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were doing their best to think, but Li Longji couldn't even think about it. It was too far away, and his experience was far inferior to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobao spoke up. "I think that we should have the merchants not bring their families with them when they go out. Also, when the soldiers go to other places in the future, they can't bring their wives and children with them. This way, they can avoid leaving them outside as much as possible. Furthermore, there should be some restrictions. For example, 3 years is a period of rotation. If you stay outside for 3 years, you have to come back. Otherwise, they'll think that you're trying to rebel and send soldiers to arrest you." Wang Wan had a different opinion. What if someone outside takes a liking to a local and intends to start a new family? What will you do? Arrest them. 3 years. If they don't come back by then, it won't work even if they start a new family. Li Longji still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan frowned. In my opinion, it's still too early to worry about this matter. The reason why others can become independent is because Great Tang's martial prowess can't reach them when the time comes. At the same time, the technology of that place has also reached a certain level. As long as their martial prowess can't keep up, Great Tang's army can rush over as quickly as possible. If the people of Great Tang want to live together with the locals outside and fall sick, they will naturally think of Great Tang's medical standards. That's right. The speed of technological development is faster than the speed of the colonies, so they won't dare to become independent. Otherwise, how can they think of becoming independent when planes and soldiers are dropping bombs that can cause small islands to disappear? Furthermore, with the appearance of all kinds of communication tools, they can communicate with each other. The more advanced the means of transportation, the smaller the world will become. Without distance, it won't be possible for them to become independent. Thus, we can't colonize them now. We have to wait until the technological development reaches a certain level. I still believe in the people of Wuxia. Many colonies eventually become independent because they don't have any hope of returning to their homeland for many years. They can only reproduce locally. If the transportation is convenient, they will naturally be able to travel back and forth. Just like that, we will continue to strengthen the technological development. Zhang Xiaobao went along with Wang Wan's words. Li Longji could understand at times, but at other times he was confused. From the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it seemed like the two of them had experienced this before. Could it be that that powerful country had already run into trouble? This world was truly large. Hopefully, the more trouble their country ran into, the more they wouldn't immediately attack Great Tang. Once Great Tang caught up, it would be too late to attack them. We understand. We will issue a decree telling the merchants that they are not allowed to find local women to do that kind of thing, and they are especially not allowed to have children. If they really do have children, they have to report it immediately. After going through the procedures, they can be allowed to come to Great Tang with their descendants. But the army definitely won't allow such a thing. Anyone who doesn't stay in the barracks will be executed on the spot. We will issue the decree first, even if such a thing doesn't happen yet. Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to hear their views on this idea. All right, Your Majesty, go ahead. Cuckoo and I will definitely support you. Zhang Xiaobao was about to turn his chair back to bask in the sun again. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, Li Longji stood up and walked towards his cabin. When he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly stopped and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, we plan to have an all-fish feast tonight. You better prepare early. I really owe you in my previous life. Zhang Xiaobao said angrily when he saw Li Longji disappear. He then instructed the people in the inner courtyard. Why are you still standing there? Go and catch some fish. Tonight, the entire ship will eat this. I will use a spade to cook a big pot of rice. 3 days later, in the morning, after Xiaobei's group slowed down, they were still some distance away from Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaobao's group had already entered the boundary of Hangzhou. In order not to disturb the people, Li Longji had someone inform the local government in advance. No one was allowed to come out to welcome them, and the local officials were also not allowed to ask the people to deliberately clean up. Everything was as usual. The places that should be green were green, and the places that should be yellow were yellow. Whoever dared to paint a tree with green paint would be caught and beaten with a plank. This was what Zhang Xiaobao thought of. People could already paint mountains. What if the officials became smarter because of improved technology and thought of painting trees? The local officials really didn't dare to paint trees, but the emperor's decree gave them a new idea. So it could be done like this. In the future, when welcoming the officials, could they draw inferences about other cases? For example, when the officials inspecting livestock and poultry came down, they could temporarily buy some from other places and put them in the people's houses. When the officials left, they would take them back. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the officials were thinking. Anyway, in the future, the capital would send several groups of inspectors. If the local officials could afford to do so, they would do so. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about whether he should appear together with Li Longji or appear first. If it was the former, his grandfather would probably be in a difficult position when facing him. Once he wore an official's uniform, his status would be lowered. If he chose the latter, what would happen to his godfather? Should he go with him first? It was hard to get a good identity. Cuckoo, what should we do? You should have experience. Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan for advice. You are yours and your godfather is your godfather. It's not like your grandfather doesn't know Gaolisher. He has his own connections. Let's go down first and change boats. It's also good to leave 1 hour earlier. Wang Wan didn't care about this at all and said casually. Okay, Sai. I have to kowtow again. Li Longji, we don't even kowtow. We have to kowtow to a grandfather that we haven't seen for many years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he followed Wang Wan and changed boats. The two of them got a small boat and asked someone to row it. Like an arrow, they flew towards Hangzhou's pier. Chapter 1059. At this time, Wang Ju was already standing at the dock, holding the binoculars he got from his daughter, and looking at the waterway. He only had one of these binoculars, and it was still somewhere else. He was also wearing his official robes, waiting for the emperor to come. While he was looking, he suddenly saw a small boat leaving the fleet and flying towards him. This is Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Haha, look at my grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Although Wang Ju had never seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had seen pictures, and he could judge a thing or two from their clothes. He held the binoculars in one hand and pointed with the other, speaking to the people around him. The people around him could only faintly see a small black dot coming over. They were still far away, so they couldn't see who was on the boat, but it didn't affect them from praising. All kinds of good words were said. In any case, it was good. At this time, the fleet of large ships deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach the shore later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's small boat arrived first. Without waiting for the small boat to stop at the side, which was specially used for docking small boats, the two of them jumped in one after another. From there to Wang Ju, the people standing on the road naturally made a path for the two of them to pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strode over. Without looking deliberately, they knew who Wang Ju was. When they were 5 steps away, they almost knelt down and kowtowed at the same time. Grandson greets grandfather. Grandfather as well. Zhang Xiaobao said loudly. This made Wang Ju very happy. He smiled and went to help Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan also stood up. Good, very good. I can tell at a glance that you are my grandson. Other people's grandsons don't look so good. Cuckoo is also good. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Take it, grandfather gave it to you. Wang Ju's mouth was open, but his hands were not idle. He took out a piece of paper and gave it to Zhang Xiaobao as a gift. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was a deed to a large area of land in a good place. Otherwise, Wang Ju wouldn't be able to give it away. With a turn of his hand, Zhang Xiaobao handed the deed to Wang Wan and said, Grandfather gave it to us. Take it. Wang Wan took it with a smile. Similarly, she didn't look at it. It didn't matter to her where the land was. She and Xiaobao didn't lack land. However, she thought that Wang Ju definitely wouldn't take out a small piece of land. She thought that Wang Ju would have to take out at least a third of her family's property. Perhaps she would have to split half of the family's property, because this wasn't just a gift for her and Xiaobao. It also included a portion to compensate Zhang Wang clan. In other words, it was a dowry. When Zhang Wang clan came, she only brought her own personal savings and jewelry. Her family didn't give her anything. Now Wang Wan knew that Wang Ju saw that she and Xiaobao were basically in charge of the family, so he gave her 2 to make up for it. If they met again in the future and saw Zhang Zhong, it would be easier to talk things over. Zhang Xiaobao stood there motionless. He allowed Wang Ju to size him up. When the fleet of ships gradually approached, Wang Ju still hadn't finished sizing him up. To him, this grandson was like a free gift. Furthermore, he was someone that everyone in the world wanted to pick up. As long as he could acknowledge his status as a grandfather, it didn't matter how much he gave out. Grandfather, Her Majesty will be coming down soon. I'd better go see my mother first. My mother isn't in the crowd. Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was about time, so he whispered to Wang Ju, No, your mother is pregnant. It's not convenient for her to see outsiders. Good. You and Cuckoo go first. Someone lead the way. Wang Ju nodded repeatedly. He was even more satisfied. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. It was clearly the emperor who wanted to come, but they actually left the emperor alone. If it were someone else, even if they had followed the emperor all the way here, they would still have to stand at the dock and welcome the emperor again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led to the courtyard of the Wang clan in Hangzhou. As for what happened after Wang Ju met Li Longji, the two of them didn't care. Other people's matters had nothing to do with them. Whether it was good or bad, they couldn't decide. The person leading the way was a servant girl. As she walked, she secretly looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Her heart was filled with joy, as if it was a good thing to be able to lead the way for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, there were no idle people on the street. Other than the soldiers sent by the local government, there were the guards of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. There were sentries every few steps. Not only were there people standing on both sides of the street, but there were also people standing on the roofs of the houses. All kinds of shops were open, but the owners and shopkeepers were not allowed to come out. They could only lean on the door and look. Naturally, no one would go in to buy anything. The main reason was that if the shops were closed, it would give people a very uncomfortable feeling of desolation. That was why they were open. In case the emperor suddenly became interested and wanted to enter a shop to take a look, it would be more convenient. That's right. Before the troops arrived, they had already sent a message saying that the emperor wouldn't come in a carriage. Instead, he would walk slowly and look around as he walked. This is what the local officials are afraid of. If it were in the capital, the emperor wouldn't need to order people to take a look at where he wanted to go at all. As for who was doing what, it wouldn't affect either side. If it were in the capital, wouldn't it be more complicated than here? There were people who came from all kinds of places, and they didn't see the emperor getting hurt. When the people saw the emperor, they were very happy. When the emperor came, he deliberately emphasized it. As a result, the people below were worried. Zhang Xiaobao followed the servant girl as he spoke to Wang Wan. What he meant was that the local officials might be unlucky. Why did Li Longji come here? Wasn't it to show his attitude of being close to the people? In the end, he still ordered people to take a look. Did it mean that the local public security wasn't good, or that the officials were disobedient? Wang Wan smiled indifferently and said, I think that after the emperor saw this situation, he would think of a way to do something that would make the local officials afraid. That is, he must take us out for a stroll when no one is prepared. Sigh. He's not worried. The work that he's worried about is all done by other people. Or how to say, it's sometimes inconvenient to have a high status. It's difficult to live a normal life. It's not only the emperor, it's the same for us. In the past, we could go out and play as we pleased. Now how can we live without people by our side? That's right. There's also Xiaobei and the others. They can't go out as freely as other children. The only good thing is that they are still young and can play with children of the same age. The children here don't have to practice boxing from a young age like other places. Their attack power isn't high, so it's relatively safe. Look, what kind of place did our maternal grandfather give us? When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he glanced at Wang Wan's bag, where the title deed was. What's there to see? We can't go to any place personally. If we want to go somewhere and stay, there will be people who will find a way to arrange it for us. This is another benefit of losing our freedom and status. Wang Wan didn't touch the bag. Her eyes were looking at the shops on the side of the road. They were just passing by before, so they didn't know much about the local customs. Of course, she couldn't see too many strange things. Now, even if they went to Shaoxing, they could only drink Shaoxing's yellow wine. They definitely couldn't find the Xianheng Tavern, where fennel beans could be found. However, it wouldn't be famous, and it was impossible to sell it for a few hundred copper coins a small plate. The servant girl who was leading the way listened to their conversation and became more and more excited. She had heard a secret. It turned out that when they came, the emperor wanted to see how the local people lived. He didn't want the streets to be deserted. Also, when the emperor arrived, he might come out for a walk. If she could say a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, would she be able to lead the way when they were familiar with each other? Thinking like this, the servant girl plucked up her courage and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little master, little miss, the West Lake here is the best place. The boats on it are beautiful, and there are gardens inside. I usually do things outside, so I'm familiar with all the places." Wang Wan looked at the servant girl with a smile, which scared the servant girl. It seemed that her thoughts had been seen through. She was worried and expectant. "Well, since you're familiar with it, we'll have to trouble you to lead the way while we're here. What's your name?" Wang Wan didn't want to make things difficult for the servant girl. Anyway, it didn't matter who led the way. Since the servant girl recommended her, she would ask her. In reply to Little Miss, "My name is Wang Lvi. It was named after the lotus in the West Lake," the servant girl replied happily. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the servant girl had a high status in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her a full name. Generally, a single character was good enough. Thinking about it, it was natural that the servant girl who was sent to lead the way for them was not an ordinary servant girl. The people who stood at the dock to welcome them were also not simple. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Good name. Now tell us about the West Lake. Tell us if there are any interesting stories." Well, when it comes to the West Lake, it didn't exist in the beginning. Later it was in the sky. The servant girl was even more excited. While walking in front of them at a moderate pace, she told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all kinds of legends about the West Lake that she had heard. When they arrived at Wang Ju's house in Hangzhou, the servant girl still hadn't finished talking. She didn't feel tired at all after talking so much. It seemed that she could talk for 2 more days without any problem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the house, they saw their mothers directing people to plant flowers in the outermost courtyard. Some of the flowers were seeds, and some were brought over from the capital together with the soil. Some were new varieties grafted by the Sinangxi temple, and some were different kinds of flowers found by other caravans from other places. The original flowers were taken away, and the new ones were planted in the courtyard, which would give people a new feeling. At least, people would have a different identity. However, this new kind of flower was not available to just anyone. Zhang Xiaobao had already agreed with the Sinangxi temple that they would not sell it easily. They would only send it to a place when there was a flower festival. When people saw it, they would sell it like an auction. Only in this way could they make money. Anyway, it was a flower and had nothing to do with daily life. People who could buy it all had spare money. If they didn't sell it at a higher price, they might not cherish it. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan didn't notice them. They were just about to help. Now that they were pregnant, it wouldn't affect their work. Seeing that their mothers were also going to touch the soil, Zhang Xiaobao quickly walked over and stopped them. "Mother, you can't touch the soil now. There are some parasites in it. It's not good to touch it. It's not like before. Many medicines can't be used. Otherwise it will affect the baby. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. Where is His Majesty?" When Zhang Wang clan heard her son say no, she immediately stopped. She still believed in her son and daughter-in-law's words. After all, they were little immortals. While asking, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan looked at the door. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the emperor before. As long as Xiaobao and Cuckoo were at home, the emperor would occasionally come to see them. He would also bring Empress Wang or Wu Huifei. When the time came, they would eat together. Because of their titles, they could also accompany them. Under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Wang clan, and Wang Wan's attitude towards Li Longji was not as respectful as other people. It was as if they were ordinary people, especially Zhang Wang clan. She had seen Li Longji with her father before, but at that time, she was very scared. Seeing that his mother was looking around and looking like she was going to welcome him, Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly said, "Behind him, my grandfather is welcoming him. I think it will take a while before he comes. It's troublesome, so he won't leave quickly. Mother, if you two want to stay in Hangzhou for a few more days, I will ask someone to make a good beach for you. When the weather is warm, you can go to the water. Every day when you are in a good mood, you can listen to songs. Cuckoo and I have asked someone to make a song for the baby. Wang Wan also advised from the side. Try to eat less seafood here. Eat some occasionally, especially crabs. Even if there's meat, try not to touch them as much as possible. When the baby comes out, you won't have to worry like now. Okay, I will listen to you. When His Majesty comes later? Wang Wan's mother nodded and looked at the door again. When His Majesty comes, don't worry about him. Let's go in first. When His Majesty comes, he will have a lot to talk about with my grandfather. Maybe he will be interested and summon the local officials to ask about the local situation. Wang Wan would not let her mother wait for Li Longji. While talking, she came over and held her mother's arm to walk inside. Her mother said helplessly, "It's still early. How long has it been? She can walk. Look, she is not pregnant yet. You little girl." After 2 courtyards, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan sat down. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left and went to the kitchen to cook for their mother. This was a habit he had developed. As long as he was at home, he did not need others to cook for the elders in the family. He was in charge of everything. There was still some time before the meal, so it was a good time to make soup. He simmered pig trotter soup with less salt. When it was done, he could freeze it and eat it. Xiaobao, this child can't stay still. After getting off the boat, he is busy cooking. He has not been able to take care of himself since he was young. Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan's mother. Wang Wan's mother smiled happily and said, "Sister, it is a blessing to have a child like Xiaobao. I don't know what happened back then, but the 2 children just hit it off. Before they were a month old, they saw each other and insisted on being together. Otherwise, they would cry until the sky shook. When they were older and got married, the family still did not know how to arrange the dowry. The 2 of them earned a lot of money. Should we give it to them? If we don't give them a dowry, they can spend their own money. If we really want to give them a dowry, I won't give them a betrothal gift. Anyway, it's just a matter of left hand and right hand. They can arrange it themselves." Zhang Wang clan laughed and touched Wang Wan's hand. Speaking of pretending, Zhang Wang clan suddenly thought of the gift that her father insisted on giving after discussing with her. It included the dowry that he did not give her back then. Thinking of the amount that her father gave, Zhang Wang clan was helpless. It was too much. Normally, no one would give so much when marrying off a daughter. If it was in the past, even if it was only 1/10 of that amount, the Zhang family would be very grateful. But at that time, they did not have a single cent. So what if they gave her a lot now? At that time, it was called giving coal in snowy weather. Now it was icing on the cake. Even if they gave so much, it was just adding a small flower. Life was sometimes so interesting. With a sigh, Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, when you were at the dock, did grandfather give you a gift?" "Yes, it should be the title deed of the land. Xiaobao and I haven't seen it yet." Wang Wan reached out and took the paper. "That's 80% of all your maternal grandfather's assets combined. Even after discounting, it's worth 6 million strings of coins. If it was given to others, the family would definitely object. But if it was given to you, no one said anything. I think you know what it means. But the property is given to you. 6 million yuan is nothing to you. But to the Wang family, it is a big blow. If you don't accept it, it won't be good. After you accept it, I hope you can help to think of a way. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as the Wang family has a guarantee for their lives." Zhang Wang clan told Wang Wan the value of the paper. At the same time, she also told Wang Wan that after she gave the money, her father would not be able to live well. Wang Wan was also stunned. She did not expect that Wang Ju would give 80% of the property. The remaining 20% was probably not easy to transfer immediately. Maybe he had a cooperation with someone else. Wang Ju was using this method to express his attitude. To be more precise, he was apologizing to the Zhang family. It was his fault for making the wrong choice. However, this was Xiaobao's mother's family. If he didn't say anything and took the property, Wang Ju's family wouldn't have a good life. Xiaobao's mother would also suffer. Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand. She did not agree directly. She wanted to wait for Xiaobao to come back and discuss. It was not to discuss whether to give the other party benefits, but to discuss what to give. First of all, the return period must be short, and at the same time, the profits must be high. Otherwise, Wang Ju's family would not be able to live well. Even if they save 20% of the property, it does not mean that they can make a lot of money, unless they sell it. Seeing Jiang Wang clan looking at her, Wang Wan replied with a smile. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Bao has a lot of ideas. I will tell him later. We will see what projects are good. We will accept the gifts. We've accepted the gift, and if there's any land inside, we'll dispose of it. Xiao Bao's next move is to take back the land that others have forcibly taken away. Otherwise, the people of the Great Tang won't have any land to farm, and they'll have to work in the handicrafts and service industries, which will be detrimental to the development of the Great Tang. With Wang Wan's reply, Jiang Wang clan was relieved. Most of the time, Wang Wan and Xiao Bao had the same thoughts. She was afraid that the two of them would not forgive their father because of what happened in the past. After chatting for a while, Xiao Bao returned. He did not need to care about the soup. Someone else was in charge of the small fire. He sealed the lid of the pot and did not even need to add water. Wang Wan naturally had to tell Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was magnanimous and did not mention the past. He pulled Wang Wan to another room to think of a way to make money. Wang Ju is indeed smart. He knows that we will not take the things for free. That's why he gave us so much. He probably felt that his family's business was not making money fast enough and wanted to change it. Since we are here, he wants to make his idea come true. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan the moment he entered the room. He did not look at the deeds. I think he must have heard something from Li Longji when he used us as an excuse. He knows that we are going to make a move on the rich people in Tang dynasty, especially those who have taken over the land. We will not allow it, so he might as well give it to us. Do you think we should sell this land to the people in the surrounding area? I'm afraid that after we sell it, the people will encounter something unexpected and end up selling it again or renting it out. Basically, the land will no longer belong to them after being rented for decades. Wang Wan considered the problem of keeping the land. Should they sell it or keep it? Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, why should we sell it? The people can't buy a huge piece of land. If we spread it out, it would be a waste of manpower. Furthermore, there will be less planning for the things that can be planted, which will result in less land production. It might seem like splitting up the land is a kind of ideological advancement, but it is not beneficial to Tang dynasty. You also know that in the end, the land will be gathered together again and machines will be used. That's right. It is similar to land acquisition now, but there are some differences. Back then, there were other industries and jobs. If the people lose their land, they will lose their source of income. Thus, I feel that we shouldn't encourage land acquisition for now. Instead, we should crack down on those who own a lot of land. Wang Wan pointed out the crux of the problem. There was no such thing as a fixed policy, and it had to be adjusted according to the situation. The only thing that did not change was the pursuit of stability, or rather a kind of balance. Crack down on those who own land. I also agreed to crack down on those who own land. After Li Longji settles down, we can look for him to discuss the issue of cracking down on those who own land. Of course, we can't crack down on those who own land directly, as that would be detrimental to the development of society. We can trade benefits with those who own land, just like how we trade with those who own a lot of money. Come, let's think about how we can help that grandfather of mine earn more money. We will probably have to meet my other relatives, uncle and grandmother later. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and began to discuss the transaction with Wang Wan. It would be best if they could get it done before meeting their other relatives. That way, they wouldn't feel so awkward when they met each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel good if they had to give away a large amount of property. No matter what, they were all family, so there was no need to make them feel uncomfortable. Before they met, they should tell them about the transaction and let them know that they could get more money after giving away their property. That would be a happy ending. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing, Li Longji had already left the pier and was walking towards Wang Ju's residence. Wang Ju's eyes were still red. It seemed that she had just cried. Li Longji's eyes were also slightly red. Perhaps it was because of the things that had happened many years ago. Wang Ju accompanied Li Longji and Gao Lisher as they strolled along the streets. From time to time, they would exchange a few words. She was also very familiar with Gao Lisher. Looking at the deserted streets, Li Longji furrowed his brows and said to Wang Ju, "Actually, I like bustling places. In the past, every time I went out, I had to be accompanied by many guards, and I even had to clear the streets. What I really need to be wary of are the people from other countries. Perhaps, there might be an assassination attempt. After all, our Great Tang is developing well. There's nothing to fear from the people of Great Tang, unless I do something wrong. The people just want to see what I look like. I don't think that I'm ugly, so what's wrong with letting them see me? Could it be that I'm unpresentable? When I was in the capital, I often went out for a stroll. Usually, I would bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Most of the guards were from their family, but they never stopped the people of Great Tang. Yet aren't I living well now? Back then, I went to the construction site to take a look. The donkey meat there tasted pretty good. No one poisoned me. If such a thing happens again in the future, don't clear the streets. Just keep an eye on the foreigners. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Find the people of Great Tang now and arrange for someone to assassinate me. See what the people will do." Li Longji's words stunned Wang Ju. She thought to herself, Her Majesty's courage is too big. Not to mention Her Majesty, even if I go out, I have to have guards by my side at all times. Otherwise, if there is danger, where can I find medicine for regret? Hearing that His Majesty wanted to give it a try, Wang Ju quickly dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You can't be in any danger." Li Longji didn't reply. Instead, he gave Gao Lisher a look. Gao Lisher backed down helplessly. Li Longji saw a restaurant selling soup pancakes and strolled over. The restaurant's signboard wasn't big, but it occupied a large area. It was connected to 4 storefronts. The owner of the restaurant was standing at the entrance with 10 or so waiters and 4 chefs. They didn't dare to walk out for fear of being shot. After seeing the emperor, they were already very excited. However, when they saw the emperor walking toward their restaurant, they became nervous. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Li Longji didn't care about that. He walked to the entrance and looked at the eyes looking at him. He revealed a smile and asked, "Who is the owner? How's the business? There's no need to greet me. You're not allowed to kneel. Stand and reply." "Why, Your Majesty? I am the owner of the restaurant." Tita replied, "To Your Majesty, the bee business is good. It's all thanks to Your Majesty's grace. The country is prosperous, and the people are at peace." Although the owner of the restaurant was nervous, he was still able to speak. His voice was trembling, and his legs were trembling. If he wasn't holding onto the door frame with one hand, he would have probably collapsed. Li Longji lowered his head and said, "The country is prosperous, and the people are at peace. As for the business, it's your own ability. Go in and take a look." As he spoke, Li Longji walked in. The people standing at the entrance immediately opened up a path for him. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they were dreaming. The emperor, the one in front of them, was the emperor. He was actually willing to enter their shop. Although their business was good, the highest status among the people who had been here before was only the local registrar. They had only been here twice, so they could be considered to have reached the heavens. Li Longji wasn't the first person to enter the restaurant. The guards went in first, followed by Wang Ju, who had a bitter expression. He also didn't dare to believe that the emperor was really going to enter. He had never even heard of the emperor before, let alone seeing him. "Do you have shredded pork noodles? Give me a small bowl. I want to try it." Li Longji didn't mind the dirty stool, and casually found one to sit down. "Why, yes, we do. But Your Majesty, I eat noodles, but I also eat rice. Go and make it." Li Longji interrupted the other party. Okay. Hurry up and make shredded pork noodles for the emperor. Show your skills and do it well. Change the bowl and wash it 10 times. The owner's face was flushed red as he ordered the servants to do the work. Right at that moment, someone suddenly shouted from outside, "Protect His Majesty! There's an assassination attempt. Protect His Majesty!" As soon as the voice was shouted, the guards outside immediately rushed into the restaurant. Li Longji immediately stood up and shouted. Who dares to be so bold? Stop working. Protect His Majesty. The owner of the restaurant also reacted. He was both shocked and scared. But he was the first to run in front of Li Longji and spread his arms to shout at the other workers. With a whoosh, the workers also rushed over and stood there with their arms spread. Their eyes scanned the various windows, afraid that someone would suddenly jump in through the half-open paper window. The cook who had just gone to the back of the restaurant ran out with a big spoon and a knife. He also stood in the outermost circle to protect His Majesty. Your Majesty, you should leave quickly. If the thief jumps down and knows where you are, you will be in danger. Wang Ju was so scared that his face was deathly pale. His breathing was rapid as he advised. Unexpectedly, not only did Li Longji not leave, he even laughed and sat back down. He said to the owner, Go, it's fine. It's just a drill. It's fake. See how the guards react. Quickly serve the noodles. Make 2 more servings. I still have 2 ministers who want to eat. Ah, fake. It's good that it's fake. You scared me to death. I thought they were going to harm your Majesty. I was prepared to risk my life. Motherfucker, go and make 2 more servings for your Majesty. At this moment, the owner's forehead was covered in sweat. However, his words were more nimble. Perhaps after this incident, his mentality had improved, and he was no longer so afraid of the emperor. Wang Ju was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say with his mouth agape. Li Longji looked at Wang Ju with a smile and asked, How was it? Did you see how the people of Great Tang are doing? With such people, why should I be worried? With the people, I don't need to worry about my safety. What I need to consider is what the people need. If I can't let the people live a good life, how can I stand behind the people when they are in danger? Wang Ju listened to Li Longji's words and looked at the owner, who stood in front with his arms open. He finally realized that the current His Majesty was different from before. In addition to acting recklessly and crazily, he was not as serious as before. He had become very peaceful. Of course, in the past, His Majesty would also say that he was concerned about the people, but it was just words. He was not like today, where he really wanted to do something for the people. Your Majesty, you can't scare me like this anymore. I'm timid. It must be Li Shi who arranged it. You should tell me. Wang Ju complained in a low voice. He also opened his arms to block His Majesty just now. He couldn't let something happen to His Majesty in his own territory, and then he would still be alive. It would be a joke. Li Longji smiled and said, I'll tell you in advance. How can I see that you are so loyal? Were you scared just now? Later, I'll ask Xiaobao to make some good food for you to eat and nourish your body. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are right. The better Great Tang develops, the more comfortable the lives of the people will be, and the safer I will be. The walls of the capital have all been torn down. There is no need to use that wall to block out danger. Walls are dead, but people are alive. If the people really have no way to make a living, then the wall will not be there to protect me, but to hinder my escape. I will not continue to build the Great Wall. Or as Xiaobao said, when I am bored, I will build something for the future generations to enjoy. After discussing with Xiaobao and personally visiting the construction site, I decided not to build a brick by brick, because the people of Great Tang are the Great Wall of flesh and blood in front of me. As long as the people of Great Tang are not lost, the Great Wall will not fall. The Qin built the Great Wall so well, but what happened in the end? If you have the money, why don't you use it to build roads and bridges for the people, so that they can walk more easily? Hearing this, Wang Ju was very moved. He could tell that the reason why His Majesty could be so successful was all because of his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao. Nodding vigorously, Wang Ju said, Your Majesty is wise. With Your Majesty around, the people of Great Tang are blessed. Long live Your Majesty. Then he asked the boss standing there, Why don't you run? Are you afraid that if His Majesty is in danger, you will be caught if you run? I don't have time to think about what will happen after I run. Why should I run? If there is really danger, I will block it. Maybe that person will kill me, and then His Majesty will be safe. If His Majesty is safe, Great Tang will not be afraid, and my family can continue to live such good lives. If His Majesty is gone, what will we do? If there is a new emperor, How will I know if he is good or bad? Unless Xiao Bao and Cuckoo agree to it, I will not be at ease. The boss spoke the truth, especially the last sentence, which was against the emperor. Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have the ability. Wang Ju glared at the boss. The boss also reacted and nodded, saying, Your Majesty, this commoner is just speaking casually. This commoner has no other meaning. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. So what if it has something to do with it? Li Longji laughed. I can't do anything to the two of them. They said that even if I am the emperor, I will still have to step down. Haha, don't spread this outside. Many of my national policies were thought of by the two of them. Great Tang is fine without me, but I am afraid without the two of them. You have done a good job protecting His Majesty. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you as long as I can. Although it is fake, you are still standing in front of His Majesty. Wang Ju sweated again. His Majesty dared to say anything. How could he say this to others? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful, but he couldn't change the emperor just because he wanted to, right? The boss was also very smart. He acted as if he suddenly realized something and apologized. Your Majesty, this commoner was thinking about something else. What did you say? Haha, no wonder business is so good. I asked you what reward you want. Li Longji knew that the other party did it on purpose, so he didn't continue to ask. Reward? Can this commoner really make a request? The boss became nervous again. He rubbed his hands together, appearing very embarrassed. Of course, speak. Li Longji couldn't change what he said. Then this commoner will say it. This commoner heard that Cuckoo is going to attack the place where Duoshire is located. This commoner requests Your Majesty to let Cuckoo fight at the front, while this commoner follows behind. This commoner has just figured out a new type of noodle food that can be very helpful to the soldiers. Moreover, there is no lack of nutrition. There are vegetables, meat and sweet vinegar, salt and so on. This commoner is willing to follow behind and help make the noodle food. I will be the logistics team. When the boss talked about his invention, he became exultant. As for the nutrition, even he didn't understand it, so he had to agree. Li Longji and Wang Ju were both stunned when they heard the boss's words. Wang Ju asked, What kind of noodle is that? Is it noodles? If it is instant noodles, then there is no need. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family has already made it. When the time comes, it will be sent to the front line. His Majesty is giving you a chance. You have to use it well. What can you get by following behind? You can ask for money now. I believe that His Majesty will give you hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to open the shop. Don't waste this good opportunity. What do you mean by waste? The boss's expression was very ugly. When he found that the other party was a high-ranking official, he changed his attitude and said, I don't have money, but I have a shop. I can earn it myself. What can I do with hundreds of thousands of strings of coins? How much money do Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have? They can't spend it all by themselves. I heard that Xiao Bao even cooks his own food. Xiao Bei and the others also came to Hangzhou 2 days ago. I heard that they went to a restaurant nearby to eat. They ordered a lot of dishes, but they didn't let the waitress give them more. They took out a lot of money. Does this mean that they are very thrifty? Is this thrifty? It means that they are not wasteful. I am also sponsoring a school now. I am in charge of the school children's meals. If you give me more money, I have to use it for other things, just like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, and His Majesty. I heard that the Tang Bank is His Majesty's. The money it earns is used by His Majesty for disaster relief and road repair in various places. So if you give me too much money, I have no use for it. I can earn it slowly and comfortably. I heard that in about half a year, all the medical care in the Tang will be free. The main problem now is that the medicine can't keep up, but it will be better in the future. We all know that we are penniless. As long as we don't want to die, we can live. I followed behind you because I wanted to see the noodles in other places of the Tang. After I came back, I figured out more kinds of noodles. A person's life doesn't necessarily depend on how much money they have. If that was the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo should be dead. They have enough money. I am the owner of a soup pancake restaurant, so I have to make good soup pancakes. When I was young, I was starving. Later on, when I passed by a soup pancake restaurant, the owner gave me a bowl. At that time, I thought that if I had the chance in the future, I would eat many different kinds of soup pancakes. After I grew up, I never forgot about that. I also want to run a good soup pancake restaurant and help others. I want to make many different kinds of soup pancakes, so that people can taste different flavors. Unfortunately, it seems that I don't need to help others now. Our Tang will not let people starve to death. So I want to make the best soup pancakes. If I follow behind Cuckoo's army, won't I be able to see the noodles in various places? After saying this, the owner of the restaurant looked at Li Longji and Wang Ju, asking them if they would agree to his request. Wang Ju was moved. He had never been so deeply involved in the lives of the common people like Li Longji. He had been high and mighty for too long. Even after being neglected, he was still the provincial governor of a province. He wasn't someone that the common people could see. A provincial governor was equivalent to the municipal secretary and municipal mayor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era. They were high and mighty, and the common people usually didn't know what they looked like. In that era where information was very easy to obtain, it was even more so in the current Great Tang. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about mayors. Their rank wasn't high enough, but they could interact with the common people. Sometimes it was just that interesting. Today, when Wang Ju heard the voice of a common person, he realized that he had done too little in the past. As the provincial governor of a province, the common people usually didn't know his name. Now, it seemed that it wasn't worth bragging about. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's status was so high that there was almost no position that could be said to be suitable for them. It was obvious that it wasn't enough to judge them by their official rank. Even if they were just county magistrates, they were still county magistrates who could decide the affairs of the Great Tang. The two of them didn't care about their official rank. It was just their names and their existences. However, it was precisely because of their high status that the common people of the Great Tang didn't know. If a local official like him couldn't even leave his name behind, then he would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wang Ju stood up, lowered his head, and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has decided. After your Majesty leaves, this subject will return to his province and be a good provincial governor. Now that this subject isn't afraid of encountering trouble and can't solve it, this subject can ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Li Longji understood the meaning behind Wang Ju's words. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here, so naturally, they had let go of all their grudges. Wang Ju didn't have to worry about not doing a good job. What surprised Li Longji was that since Wang Ju had already acknowledged his family, why didn't he return to the capital? Chapter 1060. Thus, Li Longji first said to the owner of the store, "I agree. You can follow behind me, or I can pay for you to go anywhere to see the local noodles. Aya, what's the point of wasting time? Follow me later, and I'll bring you to see Xiao Bao." Haha, Xiao Bao is very knowledgeable when it comes to cooking. I believe your cooking skills are far inferior to his. You haven't seen the noodles that Xiao Bao makes for his brothers and sisters. There are all kinds of noodles. Have you ever seen dragon whisker noodles with fillings in the middle? The owner of the store shook his head vigorously. "Your Majesty, what is dragon whisker noodles? Noodles? Can there be fillings in the middle?" Dragon whisker noodles are very thin noodles with fillings in the middle. Xiao Bao made it for Xiao Bei and the others by hand. He made it for the whole morning, and each of them could only eat a bowl at noon. Xiao Bao was very tired. He kept mumbling that technology was productivity, haha. Li Longji recalled Zhang Xiaobao's appearance at that time and laughed heartily. The owner of the store was confused. How was that possible? Hearing the name and hearing that it was very thin noodles, he could imagine how thin the noodles were. How could there be fillings in the noodles? Unless Xiao Bao wasn't human, how could there be fillings in the noodles? However, since the emperor said there was, he naturally wouldn't lie to him. As the owner of the store, he could also tell that it was very difficult to make the noodles. However, even if it was difficult for him, he wouldn't do it. Scratching his head, the owner of the store said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, this commoner is going to see Xiao Bao. Will I disturb them? Xiao Bao is busy with all kinds of matters in Great Tang. If this commoner causes any delay, this commoner won't be able to take the blame. He's not busy. He's only busy for a while. When there's something to do, both of them are busy. Right now, both of them are idle. Cuckoo has nothing to do, so she's embroidering. Xiao Bao is thinking about food. This emperor is with them almost every day. How could I not know? All right, after we eat the noodles, you can follow them. Just you. The waiter will stay. Li Longji acted as if he was chatting with someone of similar status, and decided on the matter. The owner of the store was extremely excited. What kind of day was it today? First he saw the emperor. Then he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who would believe him? Things that he didn't even dare to dream about were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, Wang Ju was not very happy. He felt uncomfortable when he heard other people call his grandson and granddaughter-in-law Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. How could people who were not close relatives call them by such names? But he was also very helpless. This was because everyone in the Great Tang, from the old men and women in their 80s to the children, who were still learning how to speak, addressed them as such. The children would normally call Xiao Bao Big Brother and Cuckoo Big Sister, while the adults would simply call them by their surnames. They would never add surnames in front of their names, giving the impression that the two children had all sorts of surnames. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must be respected. Wang Ju indignantly reminded the owner of the restaurant. The owner was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. However, Li Longji spoke. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Even if they are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it is not up to you to say. You are the grandfather. Their own grandfather hasn't even said anything. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are the Xiao Bao and Cuckoo of the Great Tang. Respect. Your name is Wang Ju. If you stand out now and let 10,000 people call you that, how many of them will respect you? You want others to call you Wang Ju, but will they pay attention to you? Just like that son-in-law of yours, Zhang Zhong, who will call him Minister Zhang. They all call him Provincial Governor Zhang and County Magistrate Zhang. I am envious. When will the people of the Great Tang be able to call me Emperor Longji? Yes, this official is too petty. Whenever I think of how close I am to them, I feel uncomfortable being called that, Wang Ju quickly said. He was also clear that the people of the Great Tang were calling him that because of a special closeness. Not just anyone would be willing to call him that. While they were talking, the shredded pork noodles were ready. In fact, it was already ready just now, but the chef did not dare to serve it. While they were talking, the waiter brought in a new tray. There were 3 bowls, one for Li Longji, one for Wang Ju, and one for Gao Lishir, who was still standing at the entrance. After beckoning Gao Lishir in, Li Longji picked up a new pair of chopsticks and started eating. There was no need for anyone to test it. The actions of the owner, the waiter, and the chef had already proven everything. When the owner of the store saw the emperor eating, he was very happy. He was not worried that the noodles would be bad. No matter how bad the chef's cooking was, the taste would not be too bad. After the emperor took a bite, he raised his head and said, "Actually, the seafood noodles here are more pure and are cheaper. Many people like to eat them. These noodles are edible. It's not that I am picky, but when you see Xiao Bao and eat his dishes, you will know why I said so. What do you think, Lishir?" Li Longji took a bite, and then lowered his head to continue eating. Fortunately, he asked for a small bowl. He really couldn't eat a big bowl. Along the way, he had only eaten Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. His appetite had long been developed. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to set an example of not wasting food, he would have stopped eating long ago. Gao Lishir naturally would not let others test whether the noodles were poisonous or not. After taking a bite, he said, "Your Majesty, this official feels that the noodles are not bad. It might have taken a little too long to cook. However, why is the shredded pork noodles fried? Why isn't it blanched? There is more of an oily taste. Also, the chopped green onions are cut from small onions instead of green onions. It lacks the unique sweetness of green onions. As for the noodles, they are ramen, not handmade noodles. They are not chewy enough." Li Longji's mouth was not idle. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. In the past, he really didn't think much about it. However, after he met Zhang Xiaobao, he could always see how Zhang Xiaobao cooked. When he casually asked about it, Zhang Xiaobao would give him an answer. Even though it was just a bowl of noodles, there was a lot to it. Wang Ju didn't have the opportunity to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. He felt that the noodles were pretty good. However, when he thought about the emperor's and Gao Lisher's comments, he was filled with yearning for the dishes that his grandson made. The owner of the store was stupefied. The emperor and that official were too good with their mouths, right? They could tell how the noodles were cooked the moment they ate them. It turned out that the flavor of stir-fried meat and blanched meat was very different. The 3 bowls of noodles were finished by the 3 of them. There was no waste, even though Li Longji and Gao Lisher didn't feel comfortable eating them. After calling the owner of the store, the group continued to walk toward Wang Ju's residence. At this time, Li Longji didn't stop to test the commoners. He had heard the story of the boy who cried wolf from Xiaobei. If he really tested the commoners time and time again when there was danger, the commoners would treat it as a drill. That would be troublesome, because they were delayed by the noodles. By the time they arrived at the residence, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already taken a nap. Zhang Wang clan didn't come out to welcome them. They hid in another room to make small clothes for the unborn child. They didn't know how many children were in their bellies, so they had to make a few more sets. With the addition of the clothes made by Wang Wan, they believed that they would be able to use them. After entering the residence, Li Longji asked someone to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As soon as the 2 of them entered, Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, we're eating noodles tonight. I want to eat shredded meat noodles. You make it. Why don't we eat seafood noodles?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji when he saw someone he didn't know looking at them excitedly. "Shredded meat noodles are delicious. This is the owner of a soup pancake shop. He wants to discuss the production of soup pancakes with you. You can talk to him later." Li Longji arranged some work for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what was going on, but since they were here to discuss, he would talk about it later. He couldn't reject them, so he nodded and said to Wang Ju, "Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Ju was puzzled. "It's about the mulberry trees in Hangzhou. I've seen it. In addition to the gifts you gave me in Cuckoo, we still have a large mulberry forest on the mountain here. We use it to raise silkworms. However, the forest is too old, and the growth is deteriorating year by year. It doesn't seem worth using it. I think it's because of this that you didn't give the forest to me and Cuckoo. What I mean is that we should cut down all the trees and use the wood for other things. That way, we can get back some of the capital. Then we can plant tea leaves on the trees and buy seedlings from other places. It will grow faster, and we can take care of it carefully. Next year, we will be able to produce tea leaves. As for the planting of tea leaves, I asked the people of the agriculture temple to follow up on it. It can be considered an experimental place. If it's good, we can spread it around. No matter how large the tea leaves in Hangzhou are, it's far from enough to satisfy the entire Tang Empire. In addition to this, I also specially designed some ways to eat tea leaves. We can eat them as dishes. You can provide them here, and we will be in charge of sales. Or you can find someone to sell them. In addition to this, we also need to continue to raise silkworms and cicadas. I also have some recipes for cooking. You can open a restaurant, and we can only eat green silkworms. Nowadays, people don't eat them. In addition, we need to find people to pick the sea cabbages that no one touches by the seaside. We can make new dishes and can them, and sell them everywhere. If there are a lot of rotten fish and shrimps by the seaside, don't leave them alone. Collect them. They are not for people to eat. After they are dried, add them to the feed of poultry to supplement their nutrition. That's all for now. I will draw an area in the northern part of Hebei province for our family to take over. Cut down other trees. Don't touch the old ones. Plant economic forests. Cut down and plant in a planned way to make products, such as sanitary chopsticks and paper, to increase our family's income. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "What I mean is that since we don't have any land at home, we can go to the place where the Turks used to live and develop. Send a few people in charge to provide us with potato seedlings. The output will be very high if we plant them there. When we continue to fight, Our family should also follow and see where is the best place. Anyway, it is a sparsely populated area. We can occupy it. When we develop it, even if the transportation cost is high, we can still make a certain amount of profit. Wang Ju listened to the conversation between the two of them and understood what they meant. They must have seen the gift she gave and knew that it would be hard for them to take out money, so they immediately thought of ways to earn money. Furthermore, they even divided it into several types of returns, depending on the length of the return period. The fastest returns were naturally this year's silkworm breeding and sea cabbage harvesting in the sea, followed by the processing of stinky fish and shrimps into fodder, followed by next year's tea, followed by the planting of potatoes in the area originally occupied by the Turks, and then the economic forest in the north of Hebei province. When the war started, they would follow and get benefits. Thinking of a series of money-making things, Wang Ju was excited. She stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaobao, raised her hand and touched Zhang Xiaobao's head, and said, "Xiaobao, at that time, I didn't expect the development of potatoes to be so good. In fact, the best place is the north of Hebei province, where there is a black land, but the road is too difficult to travel. It is not as good as the land occupied by the Turks. Most of it is grassland, and then we transport it to Fengzhou and down the Yellow River. Whether it's eaten directly or made into starch and vermicelli, it's a good choice. The smelly fish and shrimps by the seaside can actually be cheated and made into shrimp sauce. You can't taste it, but I don't agree. It's better to make it into animal feed. The coastal area is suitable for this. If the domestic poultry are not eaten, the eggs will become soft, and some can't even stand up. Let's make it first. I will look for the green worms of silkworms in the next 2 days, and there should be some that have grown up. Then I will make it for you to taste, and you will know how it tastes." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Ju wanted to say, but he couldn't let him say it. So, he directly took over the conversation and talked about other things. Wang Ju saw that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately did this, so he didn't say anything. It was good that he understood. He would wait until he went to the capital and met Zhang Zhong. He nodded. "Xiaobao, what do you think? Grandfather will listen to you. I believe my family will not object. How do you make the sea cabbage tasty?" "Of course it is to make salted cabbage with chili powder. It is not worth feeding it to the pigs and ducks. Dry it and send it to the mainland. It can help to replenish the iodine. I don't have the ability to add iodine to the salt now, otherwise I would add it. It can prevent big neck disease, but it can't be eaten if it is already infected." Zhang Xiaobao knew the effects of sea cabbage and sea intestines. People don't like to eat sea intestines now, but in the future, the price of sea intestines will be too high, and people will not be able to afford it. "Okay, I will listen to you." Wang Ju did not consider the feasibility of Zhang Xiaobao's words. Since it was Xiaobao who said it, how can it be wrong? Li Longji was also listening at the side. He smiled and said, "Xiaobao, when other people ask for potatoes from your family, you will reject them. But this time, you are actually giving them away? Wang Qing is an official, but are others not? Okay, let's all go there and plant potatoes. After we finish planting, we will sell the seedlings and earn money together." Zhang Xiaobao could not say anything else, so he could only compromise. At this time, Wang Ju asked again, "Xiaobao, what do you plan to plant on the land I gave you? That is all good land. We're prepared to use a very high price to hire people to help us plant the crops. What we plant depends on what other people plant. If other people plant a lot of crops, we won't plant them. Your Majesty, this subject has a matter to discuss with you regarding the land of the great Tang," Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1061. If Wang Ju had been an ordinary provincial governor, he would have retreated. Of course, if he had been an ordinary provincial governor, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have said anything. After all, he had once been the Minister of Revenue. This was how great Tang's officials were. They could be promoted and demoted. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era, officials would either be demoted to the very end, if they made too big of a mistake, and there was no one above them, or if the people above them couldn't be protected, they would be removed from their post or even sentenced. The majority of officials wouldn't encounter such a situation. If someone protected them, they would destroy some evidence of their crimes and push the blame onto the officials below them. There were two kinds of situations. One was that they would be transferred to an important position and moved to a more leisurely place. The other was that they would be demoted and wait for the right time to come up. Comparing the two, Zhang Xiaobao felt that the Great Tang's system was better. Officials didn't have any thoughts of being lucky. Even if they didn't have a good position, they could still get a position of equal status. As for the protection of officials, it could only be said that the leader didn't have enough authority. There was a problem with the entire system, indirectly promoting the corruption of officials. Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. The three of them only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just pushed for the adjustment of the Great Tang's tax rates, and it hadn't been fully implemented yet. They were in the middle of negotiations with the various great clans. To be more precise, they were exchanging benefits. They were waiting for the important figures to agree before bringing it to the table. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about the opposition of others. Wang Ju had also been discussed with. Gao Lishir had previously sent a telegram to communicate with anyone whose family had a total wealth of 3 million strings of coins or more. Right now, the conditions that could be brought out in exchange were the right to transport goods on the railways. This was the example that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given. Because the railways were being built using the Great Leap Forward model, the wealthy would have a specific reference. As long as one wasn't too stupid, they would agree. The first reason was that the profits were indeed high, and the power was great. The second reason was that if everyone else agreed, but he didn't, it seemed that with his strength, he would only end up suffering a greater loss in the end. When the time came, the imperial court wouldn't even give him a chance to exchange benefits. What kind of storm would he be able to cause? As such, Gao Lishir's work went very smoothly. As for Zhang Xiaobao's later methods, not to mention the other aristocratic families and merchants, even Gao Lishir and Li Longji wouldn't have thought that the exchange of benefits was ultimately a trap. Who would have thought that there would be so many additional trains? And by using another new technology, how many times faster could the operation speed be? Who would have thought that the proportion of increased taxes would be transferred by the imperial court and used to curb the regional monopoly that they had obtained after obtaining the right to allocate railway goods, while others would have to bear the loss of subsidies? Thinking of this, Gao Lishir began to worry for his godson. He said, "Xiaobao, you haven't even finished what you were doing before. And now you're immediately pushing out land. Land is the foundation of a person. When the time comes, the entire world will oppose you. Are you really going to force His Majesty to give you military power in a few more places? In the exchange of benefits on the railways, other than a portion of the imperial court's profits, more of it is squeezing your family's share. Could it be that your family also plans to give up land? Your family doesn't seem to have too much land." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Wang Ju said in shock, "The matter of increasing taxes is sacrificing my grandson's benefits? If I had known earlier, it would have been useless. Right now, my family doesn't have the total assets of 3 million strings of string. But for the development of the Great Tang, I can't possibly bully my grandson, right?" Wang Ju said this at the risk of alienating his relationship with the emperor. He didn't know the meaning of the word principle, but he knew what he should choose. For his own benefits, he could give up his family today, but tomorrow, he could give up his country. Wang Wan was very satisfied with Wang Ju's words. She knew very well that when she and Zhang Xiaobao were in the disaster 100 years ago, some officials clearly knew that their children were buried underneath, but they didn't save them. Instead, they temporarily left them there to save others. In the end, their children died. But what did that official get in return? His selflessness, which contained selfishness, was only publicized by the media. After that, he could forget about having any further development for the rest of his life. It was impossible for him to be promoted. In fact, as soon as the matter passed, he would immediately be transferred from an important position. This was because the officials above him were also bitterly disappointed. Today, for the sake of advancement, you can even disregard your own family. What if it were me tomorrow? Promote you? Dream on. Wang Wan, who was in a good mood, said with a smile. Grandfather, very soon, our family will have 3 million strings of cash. Sea cabbage can be farmed. You can circle a place and raise it in large quantities. Xiao Bao will then come up with a series of ways to eat it. There will also be free advertisements in the newspapers. It's not that we're specifically promoting our sea cabbage, but we're also helping other places that have sea cabbage. Our goal is to let the people of Great Tang know that eating this thing can prevent diseases. The price would rise, but it was controllable. Just like sea salt, there was a maximum sales price control in every place, and it could not be increased casually. With the improvement of water transport and railway networks, many mainlanders could also eat seafood. The problem now is the construction of roads and bridges. The main problem is that Xiao Bao and I don't know how to design bridges. It's not that we can just take out the people who make the cannons and put them on the bridge pier. Otherwise, the bridge pier on the Yangtze River would not be made of iron chains. Iron chains make it impossible for trains to pass. Wang Wan's words reassured Wang Ju. It seemed that everyone in Great Tang knew that with Xiao Bao in charge, it was impossible for there to be a loss, unless there was a natural disaster in the farming industry. However, natural disasters would not come every year. The corners of Wang Ju's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, I thought that I wouldn't have to pay more taxes, but I still can't escape. Sigh. You're still pretending to be obedient after receiving such benefits. Li Longji said to Wang Ju. He did not care how much benefits Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Ju. That was his own business. In the end, Wang Ju protested a little and said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's share in the railway transportation is indeed being squeezed. However, they have a lot of income in other areas. And the materials used to make the trains are not good. At least, they can't meet the standards set by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. There will always be all kinds of small problems. The industry is in their hands. And when the trains and railways need to be maintained, those who have the right to allocate them have to pay for it. Besides, most of the industries of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family rely on the local resources to develop, and they rarely need to transport. When they really need to transport, it is usually to transport people's livelihood goods to the disaster area, or to balance the price of goods in a certain place. In this kind of situation, they can forcefully compete for the carriage share of others at any time, and others don't have the right to agree. Let's talk about the land. Xiaobao, what price do you plan to pay in exchange? Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, I don't understand. The land policy of the Tang Empire is beneficial to the people of the Tang Empire. Why do I have to pay for it in the end? Because I have always been listening to the two of you. No matter what you say, I will agree and help you after asking clearly. It's like when the two of you are playing billiards. I am in charge of setting the ball and passing the cue stick to you. The ball and the cue stick are mine, but the two of you have the right to decide which hole to put the ball into. Don't tell me that while the two of you are playing billiards, you want me to help you throw the ball into the pocket? The two of you don't even touch the cue stick. Don't use any strength, and just use your mouth to talk. Li Longji gave an example, and Wang Ju was confused. What nonsense was this? They were talking about national affairs. How did this have anything to do with billiards? However, Gao Lishir, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan understood. What Li Longji meant was that the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, right? Since it was the two of them who came up with the idea, it was up to the two of them to decide. Ah, that's true, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned to Wang Wan and asked. Wang Wan nodded. She admitted that this was what she and Zhang Xiaobao were doing. Their goal wasn't to earn money, but to develop the Tang Empire into the shape of their hearts. Thus, they didn't allow anyone to stand in their way. At times, they would display an extremely domineering attitude, carrying a conviction that they would slay gods and devils if they stood in their way. Speaking of which, Li Longji's words were right. Since the two of them were treating the Tang Empire as their own, they couldn't divide themselves between the greater Tang Empire and the smaller Tang Empire. Seeing that the two of them were in agreement, Li Longji said, "Since the two of you are playing, you have to bear the consequences of losing. I'll bear the consequences with you. When it's time for you to be serious, you have to be serious. Don't worry about money. After all, even if you spend money, there won't be a game for you to play, right? More or less, right?" Zhang Xiaobao was rendered speechless by Li Longji's words. "Then tell me, what should we do with the land?" Li Longji asked. "Of course we have to exchange it. Even if we were to buy it directly, the other party wouldn't agree to it. Let's expand outward, and we'll have more land. Tell them that those who occupy a large area of land can exchange 1 mu of land for 5 mu of land. Furthermore, they won't have to pay rent for 30 years. In other words, they won't have to pay a single copper coin for farming." Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger. Then he raised 5 fingers. "What if the other party doesn't want to exchange?" Li Longji asked. "Doesn't want to exchange? That's right. The land elsewhere is too far away from their home. Why should they give up what's near and seek what's far away? They can continue to annex the surrounding land. Can you kill them?" Li Longji sneered, as if he was representing a group with a lot of land. Zhang Xiaobao also sneered. "Who do I want to kill? I'll force them to their deaths. I'd rather pay a higher price to lower the price of grain. At that time, I'll pay 2 copper coins for a dough of grain. Let's see if it's worth it for them to farm. If they don't want the land elsewhere, I'll go and plant it. When the time comes, I'll transport it back. Even if I have to pay a copper coin for every dough of grain sold, I'm willing to do so. Besides, hasn't our great Tang started to collect rent based on the number of mu of land? I'll use the seeds provided by the Sinangsi to plant, and then the great Tang will raise the rent. They won't be able to object even if they want to, because the great Tang will increase the tax based on the quality of the new seeds. In the end, I'll make sure that they can't earn back the money they used to buy the seeds. Not to mention other things. If I plant a large amount of high-quality rice in the northern area of Hebei province, once the price is lowered to the same level as here, they won't be able to sell even 1 gene of grain. Not to mention 2 ripening a year, even 3 ripening a year. They'll have to keep the grain in their hands." Zhang Xiaobao's ruthless words made Wang Ju and the other 2 shudder involuntarily. They had just eaten the freshly made rice, which was only ripening once a year. This was still a variety that could be further improved. The Sinangsi had been very useful these years. Wang Ju indeed knew that the rice over there was much more delicious than here. When it was steamed, it smelled good. When it was eaten, it tasted many times better than here. In the past, he didn't know the reason, but now he knew that it was because of the length of the ripening period. If it were someone else who said this, Li Longji would take it as a joke. But since it was Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji had to take it seriously. He knew that if it really reached that level, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely do it. When he felt that the method was feasible, Li Longji suddenly found a loophole and said, "Xiaobao, if you do this, what about the people who have land? Wouldn't they be done for? The local people? Subsidies according to the number of people. Hasn't the court already stipulated how much land each person can get? Furthermore, officials are also calculated according to their ranks. Since it has been stipulated, when the time comes, subsidies will be given to each person according to the ownership of the land deed. But the tenant farmers won't give, because the land doesn't belong to them. The servant girls won't give, but a new contract will be released and signed directly with the people who have the land deed. If the court needs that piece of land, when they forcibly expropriate it, they will send the people who have signed the contract to another place and give them additional land subsidies. The key is not the policy, but the people who implement the policy. Your Majesty, your patrol team needs to be strengthened. The cost of their patrol is insignificant compared to the local officials' greed and goodwill when they don't patrol. If they patrol a place once, it might cost them 1,000 strings of coins. But if they don't patrol, the loss to the court is estimated to be tens or even millions of strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had already discussed this matter with Wang Wan. In fact, the 2 of them had many ideas, and they also knew that the people of their time also had many ideas that they could use. But no matter what, it had to be implemented on the officials below. But their situation back then wasn't optimistic at all. There were layers of connections and countermeasures. The reason for this situation was that no one was clean. In those 100 years, the people had already formed a habit. Everyone said that officials were bad before they became officials. But after they became officials, they did the same. When they criticized others for having more women, they also wanted to have one in each hand. That was the fall of the era, the change in the people's hearts. Thus, only a small portion of people persisted, but it was useless. But the current Great Tang was different. The people of Great Tang still knew that they had to be loyal to the emperor and love their country. There were also few thieves in Great Tang. When they were caught, they wouldn't resist because they knew that they were in the wrong. In Great Tang, if you saved someone's life, they would bring their entire family to kowtow and thank you. If it wasn't for the rapid development of technology, the advanced production technology, and the sharper weapons, the society back then would have long been ruined. And the most fundamental reason for all of this was the development of technology. When other countries developed quickly, the threat to a slow-developing country wasn't just in terms of military strength, but also in terms of the beliefs of the people. Thus, what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to do was to seal off the advanced technology, and then use Great Tang's technology to bully others. As long as they were powerful enough, they could get the peace prize no matter how many people they killed. The prerequisite was that they had to deal with the internal affairs of Great Tang first. At this time, the two of them thought of this matter and looked at each other tacitly. Then they revealed gratified smiles. Wang Wan maintained this smile and went along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. When the time comes, even if others want to play tricks, their tenant farmers won't do it. This is because we'll directly move them elsewhere and give them subsidies. This way, they won't dare to play tricks on the land. They want the tenant farmers to accompany them to cheat. Once the tenant farmers know that they can use this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, their efforts will be in vain. Oh, this is a vicious move, Wang Ju exclaimed. In the past, he only knew that his son-in-law's 2 children were formidable. He also saw the development of Great Tang and received some information from Li Longji. But today, after hearing the words of the two of them, he realized that this was the most profound moment. It turned out that many of Great Tang's national policies were developed in this way. In this way, the other officials in the court could only be decorations. They just had to follow the work, but they didn't have a chance to follow the decisions. Who could think of a series of things? Was this the legendary way of thinking of the students of Jinzhou Academy? Many things found to be very simple after hearing from others, but if others didn't mention it, he would never think in this direction. He also didn't know how his grandson and granddaughter-in-law learned these skills. It seemed that they knew everything. Ordinary children, even if they were chosen by the 2 experts behind them, probably wouldn't be able to learn even 1/10 of it. This required extraordinary intelligence from a very young age. Li Longji wasn't surprised at all. He was used to it. If the 2 of them couldn't say anything, he would be surprised. Therefore, he nodded and said, "If you want to say the best, it should be the method of continuous patrolling. I plan to send out a batch of patrolling people every month, and then add more patrolling people every quarter. According to what you've mentioned, if the first batch of patrolling people can't find a problem, but the second batch finds a problem when the first batch appears, then the first batch will be killed. If everyone can't find a problem and is caught by Xiaobei and the others, everyone in the first batch will be exterminated. I definitely won't allow problems to happen to the local officials. It's fine as long as it's a habit. As for the money spent on patrolling, compared to the benefits of stable development, it's really too little. So I agree to the land plan. Li Shi will be in charge of implementing it." "Yes," Gao Lishir replied. When Wang Ju heard that the matter was decided so easily, he pondered about the issue of patrolling and advised, "Your Majesty, the local officials have many tricks. The patrolling people might not be able to see through them. Isn't it too heavy to exterminate them directly?" "Heavy? It's not heavy at all. I'm just choosing people from the local officials to be patrolling people. It hasn't been long since I started, so I haven't found the time yet. In the future, I will test the patrolling people and test their various tricks. Whoever can come up with a solution that others can't solve will receive a large amount of rewards. For example, if a county magistrate suddenly thinks of a good idea to embezzle 10,000 strings of coins without anyone finding out, I will send a decree every month to recruit capable people. As long as he, the county magistrate, can tell his method, I will reward him with 20,000 strings of coins. To deal with the local officials, we must use the local officials. Usually, the people who are chosen to be patrolling, other than patrolling, their other work is to think of various methods. Tell me, if they can't find a problem, won't it mean that they are not diligent? Li Longji also explained his plan, and looked at Zhang Xiaobao proudly. Zhang Xiaobao had never told him about such a reliable method. Your Majesty, first of all, the county magistrate will receive more. Why don't we let him embezzle? Second, in the future, the local officials will realize that it's better to think of different methods than to embezzle directly. All of them will think of different methods. Wang Ju was still worried. Wang Qing, you're not like the past you. You used to be so smart, so why have you become so stupid now? Li Longji was puzzled. A county magistrate may receive more, but his method can be used in many counties. In the future, the other county magistrates won't be able to use this method. As for the second point, it's not that easy to think of different methods. If you spend all your energy on thinking of different methods, you will lose your political achievements. When the time comes, you will be held accountable. It's not that there won't be any loopholes, but as long as you continue to improve, it will become more and more difficult to find loopholes. Not everyone is that smart. Only then did Wang Ju react. He raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He had also been affected by the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and lost his calm. The main reason was that he had been mentally unstable for the past 2 days. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he prepared to listen quietly and let himself recover. Gao Lisher stood up and walked to the door. He gave some instructions to the people outside. He had to first clarify the issue of land and how much land each family owned. Otherwise, there were still many situations where the land was fake. Once the news of the contract was released, the people who owned the land would probably take it back. As for what they would do, there was no need to worry about it for the time being. When Gao Lisher returned and sat down again, Wang Wan brought up another matter. Your Majesty, I've discussed with Xiaobao. In the future, we won't give the officials land. Instead, we'll just give them money. In the past, we gave them land because the imperial court's treasury wasn't very abundant. However, we still need to let the officials do their work. If we don't give them land, the officials won't be able to survive. Now that the imperial court has more money, we don't need to continue giving them land. On one hand, it's good that the children of the officials don't like to do business. In the future, we will have to think of ways to control it. Otherwise, it'll be easy for the local officials to seek benefits for their children. Xiao Bao and I propose that the current official's salary be doubled during his term. After his term ends, he will be given a one-time reward according to his evaluation results. This is called raising honest people with high salaries. For a provincial governor, if he can really increase the standard of living of the people in his province by 10 times and develop the place in a non-destructive way, and generate 1 billion strings of cash, what's wrong with rewarding him with 1 billion strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao also cooperated and said, not allowing the officials to hold a post in the local area can be postponed. After all, if they don't hold a post in the local area, they won't understand the situation in other places. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to say that in the future, the local officials should be like Sanshui County. Whoever could become a local official wasn't appointed by the imperial court, but by the willingness of the local people. However, after considering the current political system, he felt that it was too early, so he stopped. Li Longji didn't directly agree this time. He still had to discuss with the other officials and see if they wanted money or land. The former was easy to handle. Money could be earned. If it was the latter, then he would have to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. How could he let the officials voluntarily give up land? During this process, He had to use Zhang Xiaobao's ability to deceive people. He had to make the officials feel that if they asked for land, their losses would be many times greater than if they asked for money. That way, there was no need to force them. They would ask for it themselves. The main method was to lower the value of the land, and at the same time, not harm the people who worked there. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I want to send a report back to the capital and wait for the results. Speaking of the problem of using money to replace land, as well as the problem of raising honest people with high salaries, I believe that they will be willing to pay more for the latter. I think that if we don't come up with a solution, they will want both money and land, haha. Li Longji felt that he could also think this way. Who didn't want to take advantage of the situation? Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and said, "Well, listen to your majesty." "What do you mean listen to me? It's always you and Cuckoo who come up with ideas. I'm just the one who sets the ball. But the case, the ball, and the clubs you use are all mine." Li Longji corrected him. Wang Ju understood now. The so-called case referred to the Tang Empire. And then the emperor let Xiaobao and Cuckoo develop their relationship, as if they were playing a game. Thinking of this, Wang Ju was very surprised. He finally knew how Xiaobao and Cuckoo got along well with the emperor. The two of them didn't want power, but the emperor didn't do it. No wonder the emperor always supported the two of them. Thinking that his family would be richer in the future, Wang Ju said happily, "The problem of land in the Tang Empire will be solved. Everyone will have land to plant. That's great." Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The problem of land has not been solved. Now people are planting indiscriminately. They are not willing to change what they planted in the past. They always think that it will not be as good as what they planted now. In other words, they don't want to take any risks. Therefore, we have to find a way to make them change. Especially if one thing sells well this year, and everyone plants all the same next year. That will cause them to lose money. First, how to make them willing to accept new varieties of crops. Second, how to make them understand that they can't follow the trend in the process of accepting. At the same time, we have to form a scale where they can plant the same thing. This is very difficult and difficult to control. Planting seeds in one place all year round will reduce the yield of that place. Now the Tang Empire is facing this situation because there is a lot of land, so there is a fallow. However, in fact, there is no need for a fallow. There are other ways to solve this problem. I will let the people of the Western Agriculture Temple take care of it and add in the upcoming insurance mechanism. Right now, we don't need too much agricultural subsidies. The more direct way is to reduce the rent. We can only do that after the people who occupy the land are cleared out. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. Whether or not agricultural subsidies would depend on the speed of economic development, the proportion of land in the entire society, and the amount of land per capita. It was not to say that the people who planted the land had to suffer and receive subsidies. It would depend on the average income and the price of other products. A balance was the goal. All right. Xiaobao, go and prepare some food. Eat the noodles. Go and call that boss, and let him see how you do it. We can discuss the future matters in the future. If we continue to listen, we will be confused. Li Longji ate a small bowl of shredded pork noodles. Not only did it not feel good, it also did not feel full. His stomach felt empty. Eat the instant noodles. I will teach him how to make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up gloomily. He had just exhausted his brain power, and now he still had to exhaust his physical strength. Instant noodles are still noodles. All right. Li Longji appeared to be very easy to talk to. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao would not use instant noodles to deal with him. During the meal, they were indeed eating noodles. The noodles were rolled out by Zhang Xiaobao. To make the noodles taste good, one was the type of wheat, and the other was the processing process. Naturally, there was no lack of good wheat. Zhang Xiaobao spent a lot of effort and rolled the noodles over and over again. The boss of the soup pancake shop was standing beside them. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao adding some salt to the noodles, he curiously asked why. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything, and directly told him that the texture was good. The noodles were smooth and tender, and would not stick together easily when cooked. Whether the noodles tasted good or not, apart from these 2 points, the most important factor was the type of noodles eaten and how to prepare the soup and sauces. Zhang Xiaobao made 4 types of soup and 6 types of sauces. Some of the sauces could not be prepared immediately and had to be prepared beforehand. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of hiding this and told the boss everything. Not only did he teach the boss about the noodles, he also told the boss about his thoughts on noodles. After all, the boss was tested by Li Longji and stood in front of Li Longji at that time. Although the assassination was fake, the boss's attitude was genuine and should be rewarded. Another point was that Zhang Xiaobao was very clear that his cooking skills were not good enough. He had not reached the level of a special grade chef and would not have much time to study cooking in the future. The reason why he could cook better than others was because he had been studying ever since he came here. Another reason was that he had eaten a lot of noodles and had a good grasp of the seasoning. The future development would depend on the efforts of all the chefs in Tang, who were dedicated to making delicious noodles. Since the boss wanted to promote the soup pancakes, then he would help him as much as possible. Perhaps many years later, there would be an old soup pancake restaurant that would stand tall for hundreds of years. Zhang Xiaobao's serious teaching moved the boss of the soup pancake restaurant. Although he had always called Zhang Xiaobao and Wangwan Xiaobao and Cuckoo and felt close to them, he had never thought that one day he would really stand beside Zhang Xiaobao and learn how to make soup pancakes from Zhang Xiaobao. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money, and he also knew that Wang Wan was good at fighting. He had also heard that Zhang Xiaobao was good at cooking, but he never thought that he was worse than him. However, when the noodles were ready, he recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said and was shocked. It was too amazing. There were so many things to pay attention to when making noodles. It was a pity that the noodles were ready too quickly. Looking at the situation, Zhang Xiaobao had not finished speaking before he had to eat. He could not pester Zhang Xiaobao to ask about things. He did not know when they would meet again. Perhaps he would not find an opportunity in his lifetime. Just as he did not know how to thank him, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to send the noodles out and said to him, "If you come up with any good ideas in the future, remember to send me a telegram. I will let the inner courtyard take note of you. Then we will continue to discuss and learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to see a master of noodles grow up. He also knew why he was so amazing. It was because he was standing on the shoulders of a 1,000-year-old ancestor. A sauce that looked simple might have required the efforts of several generations. Taking it out himself could be considered as returning the favor to the previous owner. Perhaps the noodles he had eaten before were developed by this owner. Then, it was passed down from generation to generation and gradually perfected. This owner did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. When he heard that he would have the opportunity to learn from Zhang Xiaobao in the future, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say. As for Zhang Xiaobao saying that they would discuss and learn from each other, he only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was being modest. "Well, I won't accompany you. I am going to eat with you." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he found a servant from the inner courtyard and directly left after saying a few words. Naturally, this owner would not follow him to eat. After explaining his situation to the inner courtyard and seeing that the kitchen had left a bowl of noodles for him, he thought for a while and picked it up, greeted the servant, and ran back to his own restaurant. He wanted to let the cooks try it. At the same time, he did not forget to take away a portion of the various sauces and soups. As for how much the utensils were worth, and what he would do if he broke them, he did not even think about it. In any case, the owner was rich and did not care about him. If it was not broken, he would send it back. If it was broken, he would ask the owner to buy another set. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao had just prepared a light breakfast for his mother and mother-in-law and was waiting for them to eat. After eating a few steamed buns, he was called by Wang Ju to go fishing by the West Lake. Wang Wan accompanied her mother and mother-in-law to find a place to do needlework. She only did the embroidery for her mother and mother-in-law. As for the sewing place, she took over for them, afraid that they would accidentally prick their bellies. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, it would not be a big deal even if they were to prick their bellies. It would be painful if they were to prick their bellies. There was even a thread behind the needle. She had never heard of anyone being prickled badly. However, at this time children were precious. From the moment they had children, they had to be careful. This referred to the wealthy. As for ordinary families, many women even gave birth while they were still working. But there was nothing that could be done about it. A person was a labor force. And only after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to implement free medical treatment with Li Longji did the situation improve. This was especially so now that the Great Tang was helping to raise children, and the Great Tang's population was rapidly increasing. Zhang Wang clan looked at Wang Wan, who was earnestly doing needlework, and said with a smile, "The later the child is born, the happier he will be. When you and Xiaobao were born, our family was not as good as now. At that time, I was already 1 month old, so I didn't do anything. Don't be fooled by Zhuangzi. Sigh. Mother, I know. Even the landlord didn't have any extra food. Hee hee. I still had to save up some money to buy books for father to learn from the teacher. It was because of the hard work back then that we have today," Wang Wan said with a smile. At the beginning, when she was in a daze, she called mother-in-law. She didn't call Zhang Zhong father anymore. She felt uncomfortable, so she didn't call Zhang Xiaobao father. Instead, she called him Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan's mother also said, "It's not us. It's all because of Xiaobao's ability. Xiaobao can make a lot of money, not to mention ordinary people. Even if the whole Tang Empire worked together, it still wouldn't be enough. You can't always bully Xiaobao just because Xiaobao dotes on you." Wang Wan's mother was already a rank 1 noble lady, but she still adhered to the original traditional ideology. That was, a wife must take good care of the elderly, help the man take care of the family matters, and take good care of the children. Even though she knew that her daughter was no worse than her son-in-law, she still said that. Just like the Zhang Wang clan, didn't she still live a good life with the Zhang family? Zhang Wang clan naturally defended her daughter-in-law. She said, "Sister, you can't say that. You've spoiled Xiaobao too much. There needs to be someone in the family who can control him. In my opinion, Cuckoo should look after Xiaobao more often. Otherwise, one day, he will fly into the sky and abandon his mother. With Cuckoo around, if he dares to fly, she will shoot him down. Xiaobao can't fight." Wang Wan's mother said with a smile, "Sister, you're the one who's spoiling her. As a mother-in-law, you don't control your daughter-in-law. Who knows, one day, Cuckoo will take over the power in the family and not treat you well. There's no need to fight for it. I'll give it to her now. Cuckoo is not that kind of daughter-in-law. When the child is born, I'll have to let Cuckoo take care of him. Even I don't feel at ease. Anyway, I can't teach a child like Xiaobei," Zhang Wang clan said with a smile. She was not worried about the child at all. Whether it was food, clothing, or education, she was not worried at all. With Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the child would only be better off. Wang Wan's mother also smiled and did not say anything. In the past she was worried. After all, her daughter would eventually belong to someone else. If she had another child, they would not give the money to her child, especially the boy on her side. However, she later realized that it was impossible. Xiaobao treated all his younger siblings the same. Moreover, even she did not know how much money she had at home. There was no need to worry that the child would not be able to live a good life without money in the future. Just a little bit of the family's money was enough for a child to establish a family by himself. The later the child was born, the happier they would be. Back in Luzhou, when the family was not as rich as it was now, Xiaobao and Cuckoo could build a big delivery room for their unborn siblings. Then they immediately built a big house with agarwood. When the child in the womb was born, she wondered how much love she would receive. Wang Wan also said with a smile, "When the baby is born, Xiaobao and I have decided to let Xiaobei and the others take care of it. In 2 months, we'll let someone take a look. It's best if it's twins. The more people in the family, the better." At the mention of Xiaobao, Zhang Wang clan remembered that her son had been dragged by her father to go fishing. She shook her head helplessly. "Xiaobao is too much. He's busy all day, but he still has to go fishing." Xiao Bei and the others went to Jiang district by themselves. They're worried. I don't know what's so good about fishing. Chapter 1062. Zhang Xiaobao looked straight into Wang Ju's eyes, shook his head blankly and asked, "Grandfather, we are here to fish. Is this thing a crawler? Can it walk on the ground?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao regretted it. Who was the other party? It was Wang Ju, a close official of Li Longji. How could he be an ordinary person? He had overdone it. Sigh, it was all Wang Ju's fault. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Ju's joy faded a little. He finally knew what it meant to understand the ways of the world. His grandson must have known what he had asked someone to bring, but he pretended not to know just to make him happy. If he didn't hear his answer, he would have thought that he had never seen it before. Sigh, sometimes when a child is too smart, it doesn't feel good for an adult. Thinking about it, Wang Ju became happy again. Her grandson was doing this to make her happy, which meant that the child was filial to her. Moreover, to have such a sensible grandson was something that she could only wish for in 8 lifetimes. Others probably didn't have it, right? So Wang Ju didn't care anymore. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Since you know, let's throw it down and see. The bait you gave you has a lot of hooks, and you also need to put some on the tongue. It's best if it's a worm or a red worm in a small ditch. There's a place you need to hold down. Otherwise, if you touch the hook in the tongue, it will close its mouth. Hang stones in the net below. If you hang other things, they will fall into the water in the end. It's not convenient to salvage them." Okay. Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to pretend to be stupid. He carefully looked at the wooden otter. According to Wang Ju, the bait should be hung, and the bait should be put down. This was to attract different kinds of fish. Both of them were ready, so they put the bait down and waited for fish to eat it. If a fish touched it, the wooden otter would close its mouth and release the stone below. It would float up automatically. Seeing her grandson put the things down, Wang Ju threw in a few more fishing rods and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I almost forgot. You and Cuckoo are not ordinary people. Also, the Ministry of Works that you let Yongqing manage, and the technicians in your family design are more advanced. In the future, if you encounter something like this again, tell me the truth. The more you know, the happier I, as your grandfather, will be. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Did you use your skills to make this thing?" Wang Ju felt that with the technology Sun Tzu had, he could make better wooden otters, so he asked. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and replied, "Grandfather, how could I possibly make such a thing? This thing can only catch one fish at a time. I can play with it for myself, but I don't have much time to play with it. I have to think about things all day. Although I came here to fish with you, I also have to think about other things. It's either I don't make it, but as long as it's something that Cuckoo and I make, it will definitely be something that the people of Tang Empire need. We also made tools to catch fish, but not just small things like this. We put big things on the fishing boats. They can help with the fishing nets, and make it easier for the fishermen to catch and collect the fish. If we do it for ourselves, that is truly for ourselves. If we do it for the people of Tang Empire, Cuckoo and I will be happy. We don't care about the world, but we care about what we can do for Tang Empire. Compared to how many fish we can catch, a word of gratitude from the people makes us feel more comfortable. Selflessness is selfishness. I haven't seen true selflessness. Even if you don't leave your name when you make something, it's because as long as you think about how much help your product can bring to others and feel gratified, that's the embodiment of selfishness. It's just that one kind of selfishness brings benefits to oneself, while the other selfishness brings benefits to others. There's nothing wrong with selfishness. What's wrong is whether you belong to the former or the latter. Wang Ju listened to her grandson's words, and then looked at the third wooden otter that had not been baited yet. She suddenly felt her face heat up. She thought to herself, "No wonder His Majesty gave me the cold shoulder, and valued Xiaobao and Cuckoo. She was just an opportunist, who helped His Majesty seize power." Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the ones who were truly magnanimous. They might have flaws and all kinds of small problems, but the people of Tang Empire approved of them, because of their persistence and sincerity in the matters of Tang Empire. Just like how Xiaobei refuted Shan Feng, who had come looking for trouble and wanted to attack Xiaobei and the others, his meaning was very straightforward. He said, "Don't put ethics and morals on me. I'm not a saint. This is all I can do. I'm doing it, and I'm working very hard. As for what I did wrong, it's wrong. I'm willing to take responsibility. I have a good brother and sister, but you don't. With the help of my brother and sister, I can help others. As for you, you can only be a mountain village man. You can just be a good village man. Why do you have to question me?" She had originally wondered why Xiaobei and the other children were so direct, but now it was clear that their brothers and sisters were the same, the strength and calmness in their bones. And then they brought benefits to the people, or what the people liked the most. They were not something that a noble man full of benevolence and righteousness could compare to. The people admired morality, but what they needed more was rice. The people needed benevolence and righteousness, but what they needed more was invincibility. And what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were doing was what the people needed. One was improving their lives, while the other was conquering the world. Thus, the emperor did not need someone who would rebel. What he needed was someone who could stabilize the country. Everything was that simple. Wang Ju finally understood why she was alienated. It was because she did not immediately change. At the same time, she also understood why the emperor appreciated her. It was because of her relationship with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao was her grandson, and Cuckoo was her granddaughter-in-law. If she was still the same opportunist as before, then there were two possible situations. One was that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would rebel with her, and the other was that the two of them would watch over her. This was the emperor's idea. In that case, the emperor's trust in Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had reached a terrifying level. Did the emperor believe that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not rebel with her? Zhang Xiaobao's words made Wang Ju think of many things. After thinking about it, the way Wang Ju looked at his grandson changed. He waved his hand, and everyone around him retreated. He asked, "Xiao Bao, if you and Cuckoo rebel, what will the result be?" Zhang Xiaobao's expression was still so calm, as if what Wang Ju asked was a very small problem. He smiled and replied, "Then we will have to find a new emperor. It is very troublesome and not worth it. The people of Tang will also be at a loss for a period of time. A person's life has an end. Cuckoo and I do not want to waste years, or even decades to restore the confidence of the people of Tang. It is not worth it. Grandfather, do you know? Right now, Cuckoo and I are developing Tang's industrial development in a very effective and direct way. If we do not take detours, it will develop very quickly. You will see that Tang's technology is developing by leaps and bounds. What Cuckoo and I need to do is to train talents. We have bypassed all the detours in the development process. We will make the researchers believe that there is absolutely nothing wrong with their research. In less than a year, you will see a new carriage. Carriage? Alright, let's call for a carriage. It will definitely appear, because Cuckoo and I know what it is. We won't let the researchers waste too much time on uncertain experiments. We will not let them borrow money and find investments for the materials they test. We have omitted this process. This is the super industrial revolution that Cuckoo and I are building. Just like this fishing device you made. Just like you said, I know that Cuckoo and I know that it is too simple. It is just a few interactive links. It is not a big deal at all. But how long did you think when you made it? How many times did you fail? And in the Ministry of Works, failure is only due to the difference in the choice of materials and proficiency. It is not because the thing itself is wrong. Cuckoo and I will control the direction and thinking of the research. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was extremely clear. Without making any mistakes, he and Wang Wan could make the Great Tang develop its industry as quickly as possible, and then lead other industries along the way. Every day was very precious. They were not willing to waste years, or even decades on the matter of who became the emperor. With that time, Tang would have developed to another level. Wang Ju was frightened by his grandson's words. He really did not know the progress of Tang's industrial development, but after hearing this, he finally had a general impression and expectations. He wondered what the carriage that could replace a horse would look like. How fast could it travel? Would it be able to travel on all the roads? A year would pass very quickly. He was about to witness the emergence of a new thing. Compared to the fishing device he made, the fishing device was more useful. After thinking about it, Wang Ju asked again, Xiaobao, what if someone wants to rebel? Or is it someone close to you? Impossible. People close to us will never rebel, because they know that rebellion will interfere with Mai and Cuckoo's plans. Anyone who has such thoughts is not close to us, but an enemy. Therefore, in Mai and Cuckoo's opinion, there is only one way to deal with those who rebel, and that is to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was still so calm, and there was no other expression on his face. However, his words made Wang Ju's heart tremble. Xiaobao, I am just asking. Since that is the case, you can go back to work. There is no need to fish. Fishing a few dozen fish is not good for the people of Tang. Wang Ju suddenly felt that asking his grandson to fish with him was a crime against the people of Tang. Xiaobao was not his Xiaobao, but the whole Tang. With a swish, Xiaobao lifted a fishing rod with a foot-long grass carp wriggling on it. He looked at Wang Ju and said, Grandpa, I'll make braised grass carp for you later. If I can get a fathead carp, I'll make a fathead carp for you. Grandfather, I suddenly thought of something interesting. Not only can it make money, but it can also improve your reputation. At the same time, it can also give the people a way to make money, and let the rich people spend more money to generate profits and taxes. Wang Ju was confused. Did he not express clearly enough just now? He said that there was no need to fish. Why was Xiaobao addicted to it? Furthermore, if one were to say that Xiaobao was absent-minded when it came to fishing, he caught the most fish, and his timing was even better. However, if one were to say that he was focused on fishing, how could he combine that with earning money and reputation, as well as making the people rich and raising taxes? Xiaobao, what's the matter? Wang Ju could only follow suit and ask. He was really confused. This grandson of his was too strong. Needless to say, his fishing skills were excellent, but he was still able to think of a bunch of things in such a situation. No wonder Her Majesty always liked to pester her grandson. He was really amazing. He could still think of other things while doing other things well. Judging from the few benefits, it was probably not a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his grandfather in surprise. Was it necessary? Fishing was originally a form of entertainment. When he was fishing in the past, he decided on the income of hundreds of millions of yuan. Otherwise, who would accompany those people to fish? Was he that free? Ordinary people were not qualified to fish with him. Of course, excluding Wang Ju's identity as his grandfather, he could also be the Minister of Finance. He had been the Minister of Revenue before. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Grandfather, what I'm talking about is actually very simple. It's fishing. You can organize and set up a place for fishing enthusiasts to play together. Let's call it the association. Then we will have it together. How will we have it? I have a reputation, but what about other things? How will we make money? How will the people become rich? And where will others spend their money? Wang Ju's experience made him unable to follow Zhang Xiaobao's rhythm. If it was Wang Wan, it would be much more convenient. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cared about each other. It was really difficult to find someone who could understand you. Living alone in this world was indescribably lonely. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Ju to understand at once. He explained, if you set up a fishing association, you will naturally find a group of fishing enthusiasts. Then I will immediately follow and sell fishing rods and various fishing gear. Is it profitable? When the time comes, we will split the profits and give you half of the net profit. You have to find a place to fish, and you have to have fish. No matter where you look, the local people can set up a stall nearby to sell fishing gear, open a snack bar, or even an important lake. If your association goes there, you have to pay them. Only then will they give you a good fishing environment. As long as there is a certain amount of money flowing, there will naturally be taxes, whether it is transportation, processing, or pure entertainment provided by enclosed areas, especially fishing in running water. You have to sit on a raft, right? People usually charge 10 copper coins to ferry people, but they charge you 100 copper coins. Are you willing to pay? Yes, the people in my association don't lack money. You can just throw out a little bit, and it will be more than 100 copper coins. Who will buy the fishing gear? Don't you know how to make it yourself? Wang Ju was very surprised. If others make it themselves, not only will it be a waste of time, but they will also not be as professional as me. Grandfather, let me show you my fishing gear. I have prepared this big box long ago. The things inside are divided into running water fishing and dead water fishing, sea fishing and river fishing, stream fishing and lake fishing, stream fishing and rock fishing. Even if it is the same place, different rods and baits will be used to catch different fish. There are also different techniques. In addition to the basic fishing equipment, there are also auxiliary equipment, such as chairs, tables, pole erectors, and so on. There are countless of them. I only brought a little bit in my box. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laboriously dragged a big box next to him over. He opened the lid, and a variety of fishing gear appeared in front of Wang Ju's eyes. Chapter 1063. Wang Ju, who thought of himself as a fishing expert, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the dazzling array of items in Zhang Xiaobao's box. He had never even heard of many of the items, let alone seen them. Is this a part of it? Wang Ju did not ask what each item was used for. He thought that his grandson would explain it to him, and leave a few sets for him to use. However, he really could not think of a reason why fishing required so many items. The simplest type of fishing only required a rod, a line, a hook and a bait. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, Grandpa, this is indeed a part of it. If we really want to talk about fishing items, even 10 boxes of this size are not enough. Different environments, different seasons, different geographical climates, and different types of fish have a huge impact on fishing. Of course, if we only use a fishing rod, it is not impossible to catch them. Perhaps some fish will come to join in the fun. But didn't we just say that you will be in charge of the fishing association? Naturally, we have to prepare more items, so that others can have a choice. Moreover, the more items there are, the more professional it will appear. This will indirectly raise the status of the association. Otherwise, if you use an ordinary wooden rod as a fishing rod, it will not reflect your identity, right? Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with fishing. In the past, he often went fishing with others. While fishing, they would discuss business or scam others. He knew all the so-called high-level entertainment activities, and was very proficient in many other aspects. For example, he could be considered an expert in golf. One was good at coordination, and the other was naturally rich. In fact, he was very clear that if everyone in the world played golf, then the people who were ranked high in the world would all be suppressed. They were not good enough. The reason why they could stand at such a high position was only because they could afford to play. Ordinary people, even if they had the talent, would not have a chance. This was the game that the rich played. It was not that they were really good at it, but that they did not play the games that ordinary people played. If they really played, they would be nothing. Wang Ju also understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. From the looks of it, it was not just for fishing, but to make money. However, the money was not just for the fishing association, but also for other places with various kinds of fish. At the same time, the people could also go and join in the fun. Of course, the most important thing was that all the fishing tackle was designed and made by his grandson. Therefore, for a period of time, his grandson could make a lot of profit just by selling fishing tackle. He could use the reputation of the Angling Association to sell his fishing tackle to his grandson. Good plan. It was really a good plan. Thinking of her grandson's ability to make money, Wang Ju smiled and said, Xiaobao, according to what you said, if I become the president, won't my fishing ability be better than others? Stay a few more days, and tell me how to use the things in the box. However, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, Grandpa, you don't need to be very good at fishing. What you need to do is to know the habits of each fish, know what kind of fish are in which place, and know how to use the rod, bait, and hook. Your role is to organize fishing activities and manage the departments under you. You used to be the Minister of Revenue, so I don't think there will be any problems, right? Zhang Xiaobao knew the power of an organization too well. Whether an organization was good or not did not depend on the masters in a certain activity, but on the ability of the leader. It was easy to be a master. If one's own ability was not good enough, he could train them. If he could not train them, he could hire them. Just like in football, no matter how valuable the players were, they could not earn as much as the people in the club. Otherwise, the club would lose money. It was the same for car racing. In the end, the people who benefited from it were the people in the organization behind the scenes, not the people who risked all kinds of dangers on the field. This was the knowledge of using people. Wang Ju also thought of this and said with a smile, "Organization? I know how to organize an organization. But why does the fishing association need departments? Is there someone who takes you out to play, and someone who sells fishing tackle?" As he spoke, Wang Ju narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson. Zhang Xiaobao's eyebrows in Weiwei frowned. He felt that his grandpa was getting more and more stupid. What a simple question! How could he ask such a question? Thinking but not showing it on the surface, Zhang Xiaobao explained, "Grandpa, the fishing association is not the inner court of our family. What we need is unity. In fact, it is no different from the court, except that the court is at a higher level, and the association is at a lower level. Fishing fans from all over the Tang Empire can't be so united. So what you need to do is the simplest and most difficult work of internal balance. You don't allow them to be united and make them have conflicts. One is the temptation from power, and the other is the temptation from economics. Power is the right to speak, and economics is naturally money. Only when there are conflicts can there be competition, and you can seize the opportunity. If they really unite, they may overthrow you at any time. So you need to do this." Zhang Xiaobao began to explain to Wang Ju. For example, the departments and power should be divided. After all, it was a fishing association, and there was no need to be afraid that there would be too many idlers. The departments were also divided into those with more profit and those with less profit, so that it would be easier for the leader to make decisions. He talked about the managers who were responsible for fishing in the running water, the people who were responsible for fishing in the streams, the people who were responsible for organizing the staff, the logistics, and the auxiliary medical care, etc. He could even guide the subordinates to explore new fields, such as not only fishing, but also catching shrimps and turtles. He even told them some of the fighting skills of the subordinates. The more Zhang Xiaobao talked, the more he did not forget to pull the baited fish out of the water from the West Lake and put them in the net nearby. He let them live in the water until they were fresh when he ate them. Wang Ju listened attentively and nodded from time to time. He stopped fishing and narrowed his eyes even more. The kind smile on his face also became more obvious. It has to be standardized and managed according to the administrative method. And Grandpa, you can't do this. You know it, but you still want me to say it. I've been talking for a long time, and my throat is dry. As Xiaobao spoke, he realized that it wasn't that his grandfather didn't know anything. He just liked to listen to him, and listen to his opinions on political matters. The better he performed, the more satisfied he would be. It was a kind of care and test from an elder to a younger generation. Grandpa had not become such an important official for nothing. Just like Old Man Pai and the others, they were all smart and had a good grasp of the situation. Perhaps there were many things that they knew clearly in their hearts, but they still pretended not to know. For example, when Old Man Pai looked for him and Cuckoo to fish, it did not matter who won in the process. What was important was the result, after they reached a compromise. There was also that Li Longji. He was good to the two of them, but not from the beginning. In the beginning, there were all kinds of suppression and tests. If it were not for the existence of a very distant country that was very powerful, the two of them would not have survived until today, and would have been controlled. People who could become emperors were usually not given for nothing. However, they would also make mistakes. It was probably because Li Longji did not believe that he was the same as Cuckoo that he gradually changed. There were many emperors who made mistakes in history. Even the emperors of so-called democratic countries would make mistakes. But the art of struggle was not lacking. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao could not accept it. He had said so many things to him. But in the end, it was just a test from an elder. Wang Ju chuckled. Xiaobao, don't blame Grandpa. It's just that the other children in Grandpa's family are much worse than you and Cuckoo. The younger children are also far behind Xiaobei and the others. Usually, I always want to teach them a lot of knowledge, including the political struggle you mentioned. They are afraid of me, so they want to learn, but they can't satisfy me. Now that you are here, shouldn't you make me happy? Okay, if you are happy, then what about the fishing association? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Of course, I will be the president and help my grandson sell fishing equipment. I know that fishing is not like before. Before there was no fishing net, it was the ancient way of survival. Nowadays, very few people fish to fill their stomachs. It is okay to fish for prawns, but the big prawns are in special places. It is not easy to use a net underwater, so fishing for them is not easy. Now that there are fishing nets, who would still fish for food? Come, take out the tools in your box, and tell me which one is suitable for the lake in front of me. Once I learn it, I can help you benefit the country and the people. To be honest, selling fishing equipment is not very important to me. You don't lack money. What I care about is that the people set up stalls around the fishing areas and are responsible for processing the fish that they catch. Maybe the income is not the most, but the help to the people is the most direct. Today there is the Fishing Association. Tomorrow there will be the Snooker Association. The day after tomorrow, there will be other associations. Every association brings some benefits to the people. When many associations are added together, not only does it enrich the Tang Empire's entertainment, but it also slowly changes the lives of the people. Just like the pear garden that His Majesty built. Do you really think that His Majesty built it for him? His Majesty saw that the people were rich, and was afraid that other things would happen. So he built it. Unfortunately, His Majesty thinks that he is rich, but in front of you and Cuckoo, he is still poor. Who asked for industrial and agricultural technology, to not be able to keep up. Also, there is the canal that has been in use, and has been expanding. Back then, Yang Guang said that it was for him to play. But he is not that stupid. Playing is just an excuse. His Majesty is also playing, and he goes to every place with a purpose. It is not His Majesty's purpose, but it is also the purpose of you and Cuckoo, right? Wang Ju also said a lot of things. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao became even more depressed. Since they all knew, why didn't the books say so? Wasn't it because of political needs? None of these people were good people. Sighing, Zhang Xiaobao took out something from the box. Alright, then let's try out the various tools. While Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Wang Ju to fish, Xiaobei's team was getting closer and closer to Jiangzhou. However, they deliberately slowed down their speed. Now the team was bigger than when they had just left Hangzhou. A portion of the gunboats had entered Poyang Lake, while the other portion had joined up with Xiaobei's team. There were also more hot air balloons in the sky. When they first started, no one could guess what was going on. However, when the identities of Xiaobei and the others were revealed, and when they started to encircle and annihilate the religious organization, everything became clear. Not only did the other party know, but the government also knew. Even the smarter people also knew. When a smart person said something, the other people would follow suit and spread the news. In the end, the more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. In the end, some people no longer said that they wanted to encircle and annihilate someone. Instead, they said that there was a monster in Poyang Lake, and that it was disadvantageous to the Tang Empire. It would overthrow the Tang Empire, and cause the people to live in an abyss of suffering. The Zhang family and the Wang family gathered all their forces to find the monster and kill it. They wanted to protect the Tang Empire, and allow the people to live a stable life. At the same time, there was another saying. The Tang Empire had angered the heavens, and there was a monster in the Tang imperial court. Therefore, the heavens sent immortals to kill the monster. However, the monster had already cultivated, and was not easy to kill, so the immortals could only hide in the lake for the time being. Many people spread the former, but the latter was so rare that it was less than 1 in 1,000 people. Furthermore, it was very secretive. It was so secretive that no one dared to tell others. Instead, it was written on very small pieces of paper and pasted everywhere. Children were the most literate. Ordinary people would only take time out of their free time to make up for their literacy lessons. There were not many of them now. The effect of pasting paper strips was naturally not good. Ordinary people could not understand it, but children could. However, once they told their parents would immediately tell them to shut up. Some even followed their children on the streets. Early in the morning, they would see the paper strips that had been pasted everywhere last night. When the children read them, they would immediately tear them down. Ordinary people were not stupid. They could tell who was good and who was bad just by looking at their lives. Some ordinary people even spoke bluntly in places like tea houses. They said that the Tang Empire did not have monsters, but immortals helping the Tang Empire. Moreover, even if there were monsters, they were good ones. The immortals sent by the heavens were bad immortals. When the immortals in the mortal world saw that people in the mortal world lived better lives than immortals, they were jealous. As a result, when Xiao Bei slowed down the speed of the team, there would always be many citizens on the shore during the day. They would bring local specialties and ask the fairies in the river to help deliver them to Xiao Bei's boat for Xiao Bei and the others to eat. They used this to express their support for the Tang Empire. Ordinary people would not talk too much like the officials. They used the most practical actions to tell the rumormongers whose side they were on and who they supported. Rice noodles again? We can't finish them either. Did you pay? When it was almost noon, Xiao Bei helplessly said to the inner courtyard as he looked at the items delivered by the ordinary people on the shore. We did, but the ordinary people were not willing to accept them. Look, a basket of rice noodles, if sold normally, would cost at least 15 copper coins. But in the end, the ordinary people who delivered the rice noodles only took 7 copper coins when we said that we would not take any money. It's not even enough to cover the cost, let alone the labor costs. Young lady, find someone else to be in charge of this matter. I think 6th Steward Wang is a good choice. Let him do it. I really can't stand it. Arguing with the ordinary people over a few copper coins is like fighting a war. The inner courtyard complained. He wanted to divert the trouble and did not want to do this work himself. Xiao Bei chuckled and said, "It's the same no matter who does it. You work hard first. I'll discuss with them and see if they have any good ideas." After saying this, Xiao Bei went to look for Xiao Yuan and the others. It wasn't until noon when they were eating rice noodles that they finally came up with a solution. That was to take out the things that were supposed to be sold at every bustling port on the road and exchange them with the people who sent them to the shore. The fleet had bought and sold along the way. Now not only had they earned back the money they had spent, they even had a slight surplus. Most importantly, they had enriched the dining tables of the ordinary people. This was because the ships usually carried a lot of food, all of which were local specialties. Since the ordinary people wanted to give them things, it was better for everyone to take advantage of them. If they exchanged with the other party, they would earn a little in value, and the other party would not lose anything. If they did not exchange with the other party, and instead bought the goods themselves, the price would be twice as high. This gave them an excuse to stall for time, allowing Hu Liang and the others to infiltrate the enemy's ranks more easily. Once the matter of the exchange started, the ordinary people were not willing at first. The person in charge explained that the fleet could earn money, and even revealed a portion of the data. Only then did the ordinary people accept the proposal of the exchange. As a result, there were even more ordinary people waiting on the shore to exchange. Every family had local specialties that were not worth much. They took them out and sent baskets of them to the shore, waiting for the fleet to send small boats to transport them back and forth. This turned the fleet into a mobile market. Other than the local specialties, there were also handmade products. Xiao Bei and the others did not stop them. As long as they came from the shore to exchange, no matter what the other party took out, they would exchange it with them. Even if it was a stone, it was fine. Of course, until now, no one had used a stone to exchange for it. They were afraid that they would be beaten up by other people who wanted to exchange. A few days later, The fleet finally slowly entered the territory of Jiang district. As soon as they arrived, all the guards became nervous. They did not know what the other party would do. Xiao Bei and the group of children also stayed in the cabin and did not come out. Although it was a bit depressing, it was still better than being hurt by danger. They did not want to put themselves in a dangerous situation. This was also what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always done. In the beginning, when their family only had Zhuangzi, they took out a portion of their money to protect themselves. They did not want to wait until they had earned money and status before accidentally dying. At that time, not to mention their situation when they had just become rich, even more powerful people could be assassinated. For example, Zhang Xiaobao once bought the life of a small country's prime minister and succeeded. Of course it was nothing. Didn't many presidents of large countries die? Therefore Xiao Bei and the group of children also learned from their older brother and sister. When there was a possibility of danger, they would do their best to protect themselves. They all stayed in the cabin to play with Pan Er and Wang Wan. At the same time, they settled down to study. When the ship reached the border of Jiang district, it did not immediately stop. The capital of Jiang district was in Xuanyang. They had to pass through the entrance of Poyang Lake and continue along the Yangtze River for a while. The speed of the fleet began to change. Sometimes they would speed up at night, and sometimes they would even stop during the day. The place that they could reach in a day actually took them 3 days. On this day, there were even more ships coming and going on the river. The morning sun shone down diagonally. There were not only cargo ships on the river, but also ferries and slightly larger fishing boats. On the river, there were no small boats like the ones in Sanshui County. Otherwise, with the Yangtze River's speed and volume of water, as many small boats as there were, they would capsize. Even the slightly larger boats were not something that ordinary people could control. The ferries all moved diagonally. After leaving the shore, they moved in a diagonal direction. Furthermore, there were boaters. Xuanyang is in front, right? It is very lively. I see a lot of people walking back and forth. I can't see if there are any officials coming to greet us. Xiao Bei held a telescope in his hand and ran to the uppermost cabin on the 4th floor. He opened a very small window that was not made of glass and carefully looked forward like a thief. As the capital of Jiang district, which had Poyang Lake, Xuanyang's dock could not be deserted. If the sound of the river water hitting the ship was a little quieter, the ship could even hear the noise of the dock. Xiao Yuan also held a telescope and looked there. He said, I hope that there are no officials coming to greet us. Who knows if there are any dangerous people among them? Brother and sister have already told us to be very, very careful. I'm scared to death. It's possible that all the officials in Jiang district have been bribed by the other party, even the other party's core members. If the officials come, we can't not meet them. What if they put a grenade in their stomach? Nonsense. How can a grenade be put in the stomach? Why don't you say put a large cannonball in it? I reckon that if they want to put explosives, they just need to buy a bunch of fireworks and wrap them around themselves. Then, they will be found after a search. If they want to see us, they have to go to another ship to take a shower and change clothes. Xiao Bei did not believe that anyone could put a grenade in their stomach. It was too big to fit in, and it was so heavy. Not necessarily. There are many capable people in the world. Either they bury explosives somewhere, such as the dock, and wait for us to go up. Then they will light it up. With a boom we will fly. Xiao Yuan had nothing to do, so he and Xiao Bei were discussing how to assassinate. At this moment, the inner courtyard member who was accompanying them said, if they can really get explosives, it means that they have their own people in the army. This is troublesome. If they can get explosives, they can also get guns. It's too dangerous for us. That's really possible. Xiao Bei became nervous. Then he instructed, stop the ships and issue a warning. Get all the ships in the river to maintain a distance from our fleet. Don't let them come forward. No matter the reason, even if their oars are not properly oared. As long as they come close, sink them. We can't go ashore at the dock. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, get someone to send the big doll, made in Old Willow Village, to the dock. I want to see if there's anyone who doesn't want the doll to appear. Just as Xiao Bei finished speaking, Xiao Yuan suddenly shouted, those ships! Quick, look at those ships. What are they doing? They are approaching us. There are even banners on them. Quick, see what's written. No matter what's written, don't come close. If you do, sink them. Quick, send someone to shout. No, don't send anyone over. Use the loudspeaker. Even if it's to welcome us, don't do it. When Xiaobei heard Xiao Yuan, he looked over. Indeed, there were about 20 small boats with banners on them. They were approaching the fleet at a fast speed. They were upstream, so all they had to do was follow the water and go down. When the people in the inner courtyard behind heard this, they became nervous. They immediately ran outside. Before he could run over, someone on the ship had already thought of this matter. The loudspeaker's voice was broadcast. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do, sink them. All ships, listen up. Don't come close. If you do. Shouts rang out over and over again. But the boats that were flowing downstream didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, there were people behind them who were rowing the oars, and their speed increased. Soon, they were less than 500 meters away from the first big boat in front of them. At this moment, on the ship Xiaobei was on, he could already see the words on the banners through binoculars. There were words like Xiaobei, welcome, Xiao Yuan, and so on. In front of each ship, there was a person waving a bouquet of flowers. This was a tradition passed down by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They welcomed others to use flowers. Furthermore, the person waving the flowers had a happy look on his face. He opened his mouth and shouted something. It seemed like he was welcoming them. The first large ship didn't care about that. At a distance of 500 meters, the guns could already shoot. The light machine gun was set up on the deck in front, and fired a few shots as a warning shot. The expressions of the people standing at the bow of the small ship changed, but the ship still moved towards the large ship. In the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters away. The people at the bow of the ship waved even more enthusiastically. Almost at the same time, there was a rumbling sound. The small cannon on the first large ship opened fire. It was aimed directly at the small ship at the front. A few shells landed on the water, and a few more hit the small ship at the same time. Just as the people on the shore and the other ships were puzzled, the small ship that was hit suddenly exploded even more violently. With that loud sound, it seemed like the entire water surface trembled. Seeing this situation, even if the people on the first large ship were stupid, they understood what was going on. This was definitely not the power of a shell. Because it was a small cannon, it couldn't cause such a big explosion. At this moment, the people on the other small ships jumped into the water. Even the people at the back, who were rowing, disappeared from the water surface. They're so bold. Quick, destroy the small ship. Don't let them get close. Hurry up. Xiaobei looked through her binoculars and shouted with all her might. Unfortunately, the ship in front couldn't hear her at all. However, the reaction speed of the ship in front was not slow at all. More shells and bullets poured out like they were free. The small ships that rushed over also exploded one after another. In the process of the explosion, the ships that were washed over by the water also exploded. In the end, only one small ship broke through the heavy barrage of shells and came to about 10 meters away from the large ship. This time, the people on the large ship did not attack. They just lay on the deck, meaning to let the small ship explode. After all, the ship was big enough, and the outside was made of iron. The only thing they were worried about was the vibration. They estimated that some people would be injured, but it wouldn't be enough to say that they would be killed. This was because the fleet had long been trained to move to a relatively safe place at critical moments. If they couldn't move in time, they had to stop all actions, cover their ears with their hands, and keep their mouths shut. The people on the large ship felt that the small ship that came over could still withstand it. At most, it would blow up the isolation cabin below the ship. If they were unlucky, water would slowly enter the ship. The damage control team on the ship would drain the water and slow down the ship's sinking speed. When the time came, the people on the ship would jump down and wait for the ships behind to rescue them. Everything was ready, but the small ship that came over did not explode. Instead, it sank very quickly after touching the large ship. From other angles, One could see that there was a hole at the back of the small ship. It was wet. When the other ships exploded, the gunpowder in that area was blown up. However, it did not ignite the gunpowder inside. Then, water flowed in and extinguished the line of fire. When the gunpowder was loaded onto the large ship, and the hole was enlarged, the small ship sank just like that. The people on the large ship leaned on the edge of the deck and looked down. Then they laughed and muttered, "Tisk, you want to blow us up? Don't you know that we have 2 little immortals in our family? God bless us." The people around were stunned. They were fine just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly start fighting? And why were the small cannons on the Zhang family and Wang family's gunboats so powerful? When they hit the ship, they could blow up the small ship to such an extent. Why are they fighting? Aren't they here to welcome the Zhang family and Wang family? Why are the Zhang family and Wang family opening fire? On a ferry that was not too far away, but not very close either, there was a person dressed like a scholar. His eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to feel that the Zhang family and Wang family in his heart had changed. However, someone beside him knew what was going on. He said to him, "What do you know? How can the cannonballs be so powerful? Look at the cannonballs that fell into the water. Why didn't they land on the ship? Welcome. The small ship must be carrying something that can explode. It's either the military's explosives or the gunpowder from the fireworks store." Fortunately, the Zhang family and Wang family reacted quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Bei might have been killed by the explosion. There are other children too. Damn it, who did it? Who wants their lives? It must be someone who was instigated by the monster in the lake. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll kill him. The scholar was shocked. He turned his head and saw that it was a person dressed like a butcher. Only then did he understand why the other party was so ruthless. The other people on the ferry also felt that it made sense. After carefully thinking about what happened earlier, they felt that it was indeed so. The other party had already shouted and told them not to approach, but they still moved forward. Then, when the other party fired 2 warning shots, they moved even faster. That's too bad. They are all bad people. They want to blow up people in the name of welcoming. If the ship's reaction was too slow, wouldn't it have been blown up? A young man of 14 or 15 years old said angrily. Another person said, "How can the ship's reaction be too slow? That's the most powerful team in Tang. Some rascals also want to mess with them. Humph, they don't know how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family are. Now that they have interfered, the people who are supposed to welcome them first don't dare to do so." For a moment, the people on the ferry started cursing one after another. It was the same for the people in other places. There were always smart people who could see what had just happened. Therefore, the people on the river and on the pier started cursing. At the pier, there were 4 people with gloomy expressions. They looked at each other and spread out to squeeze through the crowd. However, when they reached a place where there were fewer people, only 2 people appeared. The 2 of them looked at each other, turned around and ran, squeezing into the cluster of houses next to them. After running for less than 15 minutes, 6 people appeared at the place where they had just come from. One of them observed for a moment, shook his head, and said, "We didn't keep an eye on them. They escaped. Let's go back and continue the interrogation." The people didn't know what they were doing, and Xiao Bei didn't know either. In the time before they took action, other than the pieces of wood that had been blown up, there were also corpses on the water. Some of the corpses were in pieces, while others were in one piece. They floated along with the river as it flowed downstream. Xiao Bei's face sank as she looked through her binoculars. When she saw the corpses, she didn't look uncomfortable at all. She had experienced a lot of things and had seen all kinds of people die. She only felt sad, but she didn't feel disgusted or anything. After looking at the corpses, Xiao Bei curled her lips and said, "A bunch of fools. The person who sent them must have told them to ignite the gunpowder when they were close enough. Then they would jump into the water to escape. They really believed it. With the power of the explosion, how deep can you dive? Let's not talk about them. If I had jumped at that time on the boat, I would have either been killed by the shockwave or fainted and drowned. They've really pissed me off. I haven't even made a move yet. Just you wait, just you wait. None of you can escape. I'll capture all of you. Then, Those who deserve to be beheaded will be beheaded, and those who deserve to be skinned will be skinned. Xiaobei, can you not make it sound so bloody? Stop the boat. This is great. The other party really has guts. Thankfully, our family is powerful and reacted quickly. We were prepared in advance. We were also lucky. A boat came over and didn't explode. I'm already waiting to save them. Xiao Yuan was also looking through her binoculars. She was also shocked. She was in the Great Tang, but someone dared to attack them, and in such a way. It was no wonder that her brother and sister had sent so many people to Jiangzhou. They really had foresight. If they had used the same protective measures as before, even if they didn't get injured, they would still be scared out of their wits. Xiaobei looked elsewhere and said, I'm bloody. No matter how bloody I am, I can't compare to them. I really want to talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but I don't think they'll listen. What do you think? Even if you're right, and we'll skin them after they're caught, I still feel that you shouldn't have said that. A girl should be like an elder sister. Xiao Yuan was just about to say a few more words when she sensed that Xiaobei had turned his head. She hurriedly followed his words. After being suddenly attacked, the fleet stopped and remained on the surface of the river. The surroundings were heavily guarded, and the people woven from willow branches were sent to the dock. However, Xiaobei no longer felt as oppressive as when he had first arrived. On the contrary, he felt very oppressed. He should have been the one to strike first, but in the end, someone else had taken the initiative. While Xiaobei was uncomfortable, there was another person who was even more uncomfortable. That was 3 people in a single room in a restaurant in Xuanyang City. 2 of the 3 were sitting at a table next to the window, while the other was facing the window. Several dishes were laid out on the table, as well as a bottle of white wine that weighed 2 jin. But the 3 had no intention of touching their chopsticks. Their eyes were fixed on the street below, as if they were searching for something, but also as if they were casually looking at the pedestrians. After a while, one of the 3 shouted, "Waiter, the dishes aren't ready yet?" Replying to esteemed guest, "We'll probably have to wait a little longer. The dishes take a long time to prepare." The waiter poked his head out, and then retracted his head. The person who had just asked the question was clearly very anxious. He whispered to the other 2, "The plan this time doesn't require us to get rid of all of those evil creatures from the Zhang family and Wang family. We only need to blow up a few of their large ships, and let them see our strength, so that they can continue to provide us with support." The other person picked up his chopsticks, looked at the dishes on the plate, then put them down again. Based on the faint sounds of activity coming from that side, there shouldn't be any problems. 24 ships equipped with dismantled fireworks, and the medicine inside. As long as we stick to one of their ships, a single explosion will blow a hole in it. I know that although the outside of those ships is made of iron, the inside is still made of wood. It's not easy to make a ship that's made entirely of iron. Only small ships can be made of iron. I admit that their technology is formidable, and they're also smart. They can actually make iron ships float on the water. But so what? They can't hide even if they want to. The person who spoke earlier grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. He grabbed half of a cut chicken on the table with his hand and tore off a large piece. He casually chewed twice and swallowed, then said, "It's best to blow up those little bastards from the Zhang family and Wang family directly. I want to see what they can do then." That's right, that's right. The person who spoke earlier agreed. The 3 people fell silent for a moment and looked down at the street below. After a while, they asked the waiter again for the dishes. After getting the same answer, the person who hadn't spoken earlier said, "I'm afraid this matter is troublesome. There are 2 points. First, if we really blow up Xiaobei and the others, the entire docks and people on the river will be taken care of. Our people won't be able to send the news here. Second, it's useless. Our people have been discovered and are now hiding. No matter which point it is, it's dangerous for us. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave here." That can't be right. Our people have been hiding in the crowd this entire time. And what's even more impossible is that the explosion didn't hit anyone. The people we sent out have all smoked cigarettes. For cigarettes, they're willing to do anything. The person who spoke at the very beginning spoke somewhat unconfidently. He was also afraid that if they encountered this sort of situation, then the three of them would be in danger. Just as the three of them were talking, a disturbance suddenly appeared in the crowd below. The three of them focused their gazes, but before they could ask, the waiter had already poked his head over and said, "The three of you, Xuanyang City has already been placed under martial law. We just received news that the number of soldiers at the gate to Xuanyang City has increased tenfold. Everyone who enters will be searched, and there are also soldiers going door to door asking questions. In addition, the entire city is open to entry and not exit. Would the three of you like to eat somewhere else? I reckon that the dishes won't be served." The waiter's words made the three of them stare blankly. They looked at each other and realized that their clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. How could that be? For the sake of an explosion, they actually dared to offend the entire world? The person who spoke at the very beginning exclaimed in shock. This was Xuanyang, not some ordinary small city. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family say that they were always concerned about the common people? If they really did as they were told, just how great of an effect would the local area receive? Moreover, this had always been a struggle in the shadows. To be more precise, the intelligence agents of the Zhang family and Wang family had never openly appeared to arrest anyone. After saying this person revealed a delighted expression. Could it really be that Xiao Bei and the others were all killed by the explosion? Otherwise, why would the Zhang family and Wang family put on such a display? Fine, are we going to withdraw or not? The other two people prepared to stand up. Just at this moment, another waiter ran up from below, leading a person with a dusty face. The moment he entered, he said, "The dishes are here. They've been directly delivered." The three of them simultaneously turned their heads and asked in unison, "How was it?" The waiter shook his head and shook his head. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It's over, we were all killed. Before we could even touch their ship, we were blown up by their cannons. One of them managed to get past with great difficulty, but in the end, it sank on its own and didn't explode. Of the four of us, I don't know where the other two went, while the other one split up with me. This place is dangerous." "What? Didn't explode? 24 ships, but not a single one was blown up? Did they open fire? Could it be that your ships didn't put up a welcoming banner?" One of them asked in shock. "We did, but they used a loudspeaker to shout for us to stop. We didn't stop, so they attacked. They didn't give us the slightest chance. They all died. The people on the 24 ships should all be dead. The four of us split up and left. When we arrived at the rendezvous point, only two of us were there. The other two were probably captured by them, so we're already in danger." The person who came back said in a trembling voice, "Ah, how could this be? They were actually that smart. They even dared to attack the people welcoming them. Weren't they afraid? It's already happened. What's the use of saying this? Let's go. Their people might come here soon. The restaurant has been exposed. Tell the people in the restaurant to retreat together." Quickly, those who can't escape should end their own lives. Don't drag us down. The person facing the window stood up and said, and immediately walked down. He turned around and said to the waiter, "Quickly retreat to all the hidden places we have. Tell the people there to retreat too. Otherwise it's easy to be caught. Send out the secret signal." The other two people followed and walked down. The waiter said, "We know. Take care." Soon, the entire restaurant's shopkeeper, waiter, and cook were all gone. The people eating didn't know about this situation until someone called the waiter a few times, but no one answered. When they came out to check, they found that the entire restaurant was almost empty. Chapter 1064. Do you really think we don't dare to make any big moves? That's a fool. The explosion has already reached my head, so why would I care about the people's livelihood? I believe that the common people will also support us. On the boat stopped on the river, Xiaobei had someone cut half a watermelon. As he ate it with a spoon, he angrily spoke. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, was using a toothpick to stick the watermelon that had been cut into small pieces. Looking at Xiao Bei's eating manners, he shook his head and said, "Xiao Bei, aren't you afraid that you'll get fat while eating with all your might while being angry? Can eating watermelon make people fat? Unless you take the sugar out of the watermelon and specifically eat it. Xiao Yuan, do you think that if Big Brother and Big Sister knew that we ordered a lockdown on Xuanyang, they would scold us?" Xiao Bei stopped eating and worriedly asked. Xiao Yuan continued to shake his head. "They probably won't. Isn't it just affecting the people's livelihood? Besides, we came up with this idea together. Even if they want to scold us, they'll scold all of us. You don't need to be afraid." "I hope so." Xiao Bei was still unsure, so he took another spoon of watermelon and ate it. Sealing off Xuanyang and conducting house-to-house searches had been their orders, so everyone present had to listen to them. Unless a new order came from Zhang Xiaobao's side, no one was allowed to disobey the orders of Xiao Bei and the others. Those who hesitated or resisted were executed on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had very boldly given their younger brother and sister this authority. They were confident that their younger brother and sister would definitely make good use of it. Although there was a telegram, at this crucial moment, every second was crucial, because after Xiao Bei's group had been bombed, they had begun a series of actions, having the troops in the city begin to move. Of course, doing this would cause great damage to Xuanyang. Besides economic damage, there was also psychological damage, causing everyone to panic. Xiao Bei's group was gambling that the majority of the common people of the Great Tang would favor them and cooperate, but they had no confidence. They had already sent a telegram to Hangzhou, but they had not expected the degree to which the common people of Xuanyang would favor them. When the people conducting the search went from house to house, the people naturally wanted to know the reason. When they heard that Xiao Bei's ship was almost blown up, the people were even angrier than the people conducting the search. One by one, they walked out of their houses and helped the people who were searching the area to introduce the people who lived in this area, who came later, what their surname was, who was usually in the family, who was often mysterious, and so on. One by one, the citizens walked out of their homes. Not only did they help the people who were searching by knocking on their neighbors' doors, but there were also people who spontaneously organized themselves and stood at the foot of the city walls. They were a few steps away from each other and stood at the foot of the city walls. They did not give anyone a chance to climb over the city walls or crawl out through the hidden dog holes. According to the order of the lockdown, only people were allowed to enter and not leave. The commoners were about to go crazy from anger. Someone actually dared to lay a hand on Xiao Bei and the others. How preposterous! When they heard that Xiao Bei was coming over, they had been looking forward to it again and again. Everyone knew that when the people from the Zhang and Wang families arrived, no matter where they went, they would immediately come up with ideas. Moreover, they would come up with good ideas based on the local conditions and circumstances. Thus, the lives of the local commoners would be much better than before. If they were willing to become local officials, then the commoners would be itching to personally organize a group and snatch them away. Thus, if Xiao Bei and the others came to Xuanyang, it would naturally be beneficial to their own Xuanyang. But now, before they even reached the shore, someone had gone to blow up the boat. Although no one had been injured, if Xiao Bei and the other children were scared off and blown away, who would come up with ideas to raise the standard of living in Xuanyang? This was what the commoners of Xuanyang City were thinking, and then the entire city began to mobilize. Needless to say, with the help of the people searching the area really did manage to capture quite a few members of that organization, and were now investigating further. While Xuanyang was carrying out the entire search, Zhang Xiaobao and Hangzhou also received the news. In the past 2 days, he had been fishing with Wang Ju. They had changed many places, and according to the different environments and types of fish, he had switched out all sorts of fishing tools. Wang Ju was truly dazzled by all this. She couldn't understand just how her grandson had managed to learn all these skills. There was a limit to one's strength, and no matter how smart one was learning this, and that would always take some time. But this grandson of hers truly knew too many things. If it was just her grandson alone, Perhaps there would be someone who could think of a way to contend against him. But with her granddaughter-in-law, it made one feel utterly powerless when facing the two of them. Taking one person alone was already very formidable, but it was still possible to find a few flaws. But when the two of them were together, they seemed to be perfect and unassailable. When one person made a decision, the other person would always voice out a different opinion. Then they would discuss, supplement, or improve, and thus arrive at a result. No one was an absolute leader. Depending on the situation, the two of them would constantly switch positions. This was the truly formidable aspect. For this reason, Wang Ju would always beat around the bush, wanting to ask just what else her grandson knew. But just as she was about to ask, a telegram arrived. Wang Wan had personally ridden a horse to deliver it, her face a mask of indifference. Seeing Wang Wan like this, Zhang Xiaobao knew that something had happened. Throwing away his fishing rod, he asked, "What happened to Xiaobei and the others?" Xiaobei? Wang Ju was puzzled. How did Xiaobao know that it was about Xiaobei and the others? Just as she was puzzled, Wang Wan said, "They were blown up. Did you catch them?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang Ju was even more puzzled. "Why didn't you, Xiaobao, ask your little brother or sister if they were injured?" "We're catching them. Xiaobei and the others have sealed off Xuanyang City and are searching from house to house," Wang Wan said as she handed over the telegram. Wang Ju now understood. She didn't even need to speak. Just an expression, a glance, or even a feeling was enough to know what she wanted to say. No wonder Xiaobao directly asked Xiaobei, and then didn't ask about their injuries. They had their own way of communicating. Hearing the two's question and answer, Wang Ju's heart, which had just been raised, calmed down. She also threw down her fishing rod and went to Zhang Xiaobao's side to read the contents of the telegram. As soon as she finished reading, without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak, Wang Ju began to shout, "They're too daring. Actually daring to blow up my grandson and granddaughter's boat. If this was Hangzhou, I would catch them and skin them alive. Xiaobao, look at the news they sent. They were even worried that you wouldn't let them seal off Xuanyang. You can't talk about them." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Ju was protecting his little brother and sister and laughed. "Why not talk about them? So petty. You're worried about just sealing off Xuanyang? Come, pass down my order. Seal off all of Jiangzhou. If you report one person in the Jiangnan West Road, you can get money. If you report more than 5 people, you can get money. If someone from another country reports someone from another country, they can get money of tens of millions of strings. They can also choose 5 technologies from the Great Tang. The informant will not be held responsible. As long as he or she is not the mastermind, he or she will be exempt from punishment." Someone to the side received the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Send a report to Xiaobei and the others. Tell them to kill at least 100 people. Anyone who participated in this operation, but didn't take the initiative to confess. Anyone who didn't report, will be killed." Hearing this, Wang Ju finally understood what Xiaobao meant. He was blaming Xiaobei and the others for being too cautious. Wang Wan now said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we need to change our education. We've already been bullied to the point of being bullied, yet Xiaobei and the others still consider this and that. Our Zhang family and Wang family usually protect the common people, but at the crucial moment, we ourselves are being threatened. What are we worried about? When we need to be strong, we need to be strong. There's no need to explain anything to others, and there's no need to explain anything to others. At worst, we can compensate them after the matter is over. There's no rush. If we teach them wrongly, and they start doing things with great fanfare in the future, it'll be troublesome. They're still children, so we can't treat them like adults." Interesting, truly interesting. The other side knows how to strike first and explode, haha. I've decided. Once we catch them, we'll tie fireworks to their bodies one by one, and then let them have a taste of what it's like to be blown up. We won't blow them up one by one. Zhang Xiaobao flatly said. Even though Wang Ju hadn't been in contact with his grandson for too long, he could still feel the anger in Xiaobao's heart. He then said, "Xiaobao, we should blow them up. I suggest that the firecrackers shouldn't be too powerful. Just use small whips and blow them up bit by bit for a few days and nights. Even if they're injured, we can treat them before we blow them up again. What do you think? Grandfather, I'm just joking. Why should we blow them up? If there are too many people, I'll catch them and make them build the railway. It's best if other countries are involved. Then, I'll have a reason to ask Cuckoo to send troops to catch more people to build the railway. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said. He really didn't want to kill more people. If he killed them, then so be it. But who would do the dangerous work? The current safety technology wasn't in place. If the railway was built at a high speed, without any regard for anything else, it would be almost fatal. All right, catch them to build the railway. When the time comes, you should lead troops to catch Cuckoo. Wang Ju nodded in agreement. He had never taken a train before, but he had heard that it was very fast from the capital to Luoyang. Although the current speed wasn't as fast as the 800 kilometers per hour emergency report, the technology could be improved. The breed of horses was just that. It was too difficult to improve it. In the future, it would definitely be much faster than the 800 kilometers per hour emergency report. And most importantly, the emergency report could only take one or a few people at a time. The train could transport many things. A carriage could carry many people and a lot of goods. It was far from comparable to a horse. Wang Wen had a different idea. She said to the two of them, Grandfather Xiaobao, I won't directly catch people. If there's really a need for war, I'll directly attack their country's capital. I'll surround them outside and not attack in. I'll force their emperor or king to sign a contract. That's how much labor they send to our Tang Empire every year. Like slaves, they don't care if they live or die. They don't get any wages, and they don't have food or drink. I'll make them lose the hearts of the people. I'll make them use force to suppress their people to work. I'll make their people feel helpless and indignant. I'll make their leaders know that it's wrong, but they have no choice but to do so. I'm even willing to help them maintain their imperial power and provide them with weapons to suppress their people. I think this is a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and continued. I can also help. As long as they have money and are willing to come to the Tang Empire. As long as they buy enough things in the Tang Empire. I'll give them the right to do so. But I don't want their money. I only want minerals, food and wood. Livestock and poultry are also fine. Even if they are officials, I will also help them and bring their families over. As long as they do what I ask. They dared to scheme against my brother and sister. I'll make their entire nation sink. It wasn't easy for me, Zhang Xiaobao, to finally have a younger brother and sister. They still want to deal with them. Do they think I'm made of mud? Hearing the two of them speak, Wang Ju couldn't help but shiver. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Her grandson and granddaughter-in-law actually wanted to torture people non-stop. They wanted their rulers to take the initiative to force their people to do work that had a high mortality rate. What was the difference between that and forcing parents to cook their children? Eat their children? Their desire for revenge was too strong. Weren't Xiaobei and the others fine? It was said that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were very good to their younger brother and sister. Today she saw it with her own eyes. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since Xiaobei and the others are in trouble, aren't you going to go over? Wang Ju saw that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had no intention of leaving and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. We can't go over. Xiaobei and the others have already gone, so let them take care of them. Children need to be raised bit by bit. My request for them is very simple. As long as they don't deliberately harm the common people, and don't do something when they know it might harm the common people, then I won't care about them. The harm I'm talking about is direct physical harm, not economic harm. Economic harm doesn't matter. If any commoner suffers a loss, I'll help compensate. For every copper coin they lose, I'll compensate them 2 copper coins. In other words, if they steal food from the common people's fields, I'll condone it and compensate them. But I won't allow them to ride their horses on the streets. That will hurt people. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Usually Cuckoo and I never teach them to do that. You can tell from their usual behavior what kind of education they received. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Ju. In fact, there was something he didn't say. Jiangzhou was dangerous, But Hangzhou was not necessarily safe. If he were the other party, he would include Hangzhou. Therefore, he and Cuckoo had to guard Hangzhou. But he couldn't say it out loud. If he did, wouldn't he be saying that his grandfather, Wang Ju, was incompetent? Wang Ju didn't know what Xiaobao was thinking. After hearing her grandson's words, she nodded and said, "Indeed, Xiaobei and the others may do something wrong. But if you say that they deliberately do bad things, then you're definitely falsely accusing them. They have always wanted all the Tang people to live a good life. So, you and Cuckoo will stay here?" "No, Cuckoo and I will leave at night. We'll take a boat and go against the current to the north. We'll act like we're heading towards the capital," Zhang Xiaobao replied. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.